wonder if I can shiv that off. Getting here to kick him. Better. How you doing, Sappy? How you doing, Salumi? And all that should be fine. I did this stun too. Go with DH really soon, by the way. I don't think I lived though. I literally killed him in like 3 more globals if he didn't get bopped. He has no bop and no lay. Yeah, actually 2 kill there. Let's go subterfuge. Or I could just get stuck in combat for no reason. There we go. And let's go shiv. I want to just see if I can remove the warrior thing or not. Because it says it's an enrage. I can shiv it off. Oh, that's so good. It's actually good design. Yeah, we're doing war games. It sucks that it's an all melee lobby. A lot less skill cap. There's like no wizards. I have feint for this. They'll have to get bopped. Demolishes into the bop. He's got the Lurker Shout in 7. I'm gonna try to shiv it off again. Cool that shiv might actually be pickable. I don't know what I'm gonna bind Fricks to if I need to play shiv and Fricks at the same time. That's gonna be weird. Try to gouge off that. I'm gonna try to Zerker my stun off the gouge and I'll shiv it. There it is. Shivved it off. Look at a full stun. Woo. That feels good. Demolish, I'm just dead. And this. I think my DK's still dead. Kill Blade really soon, but. Okay, pops berry, step my healer to run. Guys have to go through the life cocoon. The other guy is just feather walk. I'm probably dead here. Find healer off that. Into kidney. Please just finish the guy for me. Oh yeah. That's kind of good design. There's not that many abilities that interact with each other anymore. Give the stun reduction off the guy. Farm demolish. Bomb this. Stun healer running into the bomb. I would blind, but it's gonna break, I think. So I'm still gonna do it anyway. Breaks. The change. No avoiding how much AoE the DH is doing. Get away from the Blade Storm. Gouge off that. Nice to get some monkey cap instead. Careful up with the DH Sphere, but that's fine. One more breaker in a sec. That. I'll vanish when the warrior gets to me. Can't stop the Pally from getting CC here. I didn't get feint for this, so I'm just dead. Through darkness. Think DK's gonna get nerfed? Probably, yeah. Frost is beyond broken. Windwalker is broken. Frost is broken. Arms is broken. Give up the Berserker Rage. Stun into Blind Sap. Now he does his own little thing. It's fine. I can stun in 1. Look at this crit. Demolish. Your kidney H bell. Demolish on me, a little scary. I just bomb here. Trinket. Cloak Searing Glare. Couch Healer. Into more. Rings. I'll wait. Getting one. Pops it. Still have my Vanish. I'm being a little greedy right now. I just tried to kick into a bop. I'm bad. This crit. Gets the Demolish off. Vanish because I'm just dead. Guy's not even on me and I'm just still dead. 1.9 million Mortal Strike into 1.8 Mortal Strike. Let's whine about like a 2 mil of this every couple minutes, you know? Every spec in the game's doing double my damage. Pretty good. I don't know, nerf sub. Subtlety said it's S tier, must be true. I mean, Asa and Outlaw look to be doing okay. I don't think sub is that great. Pretty much the same or worse as last season. If you want to just accidentally one-shot people all the time, just play Arms Warrior or Windwalker or Frost DK. But those are going to get nerfed, so. No, sub was good at the beginning, and then it got nerfed into the ground. And then it went literally extinct for the entire last 4 months, and Calvish was the only person in the world, NA or E, that made it work. I guess he also carried Palomar, so. But yeah. The gouge thing is like a nice quality of life, but you can't really feel the 10% damage that much. Nah, there's still a lot of bugs with the hero talent. Sometimes Shadow Strike just doesn't apply your stacks. And sometimes Finality Abyss just disappears for no reason. Like the Shadow Abyss. Yeah, a lot of melee cleaves, I think. Or just like melee wizard. Like I think Windwalker Warlock will be probably really good. Windwalker Mage will probably be really good. Barrel Mage, Barrel Lock will probably be good. I don't know. Historically, Warrior Mage is pretty rare, even when they're both broken individually. But maybe Warrior Mage will work. Maybe Warrior Warlock makes a comeback or something. I do think a lot of Hunter cleaves will be insane. I think Hunter is really broken too. So like I think Jungle will probably be good. Hunter Death Knight. KFC, Hunter Warrior. Just speculating. It's way too early to tell, but all of those seem like the most giga unhealable damage of all time type comps. I don't know. I haven't seen KFC Windwalker Hunter in a hot second. I don't know if that would be enough synergy. Granted, anything with the Windwalker is insane right now. They just run around hitting 3.8 million all the time with slicing. And they still do insane sustained DPS too. And like you can't peel the Celestial anymore. And there's just less Paladin bops for Karma, and Rogue can't cloak Karma. So like Windwalker gained like some of the most. Yeah, Soup is just part of the anti-sub-rogue cabal. Even if Supa was somehow beaten Calva, she still wouldn't be happy. Like, you could get rid of Cheap Shot. You could make Sub, like, literally do less damage than healers, and he would still complain about Sub. Like, it's just been that way for, like, the last, like, 7 expansions in a row. The less competitive people just really hate the idea of a skill spec being good, and they just want everyone to be playing, like, the same kind of, like, Rogue kind of stuff. Because I like the idea that they could actually alter Rogue, and, you know, that the everyday Rogue should, like, you know. Which I do think, like, that's kind of been Blizzard's goal of dumbing down Rogue every single patch for multiple expansions now. With, like, the pruning duel, pruning CDR, which cooldown reduction, pruning, you know, the auto slice and dice, merging abilities together. Like, they've been dumbing down Rogue every season. It's still not at a level where, like, the average, like, gladiator person isn't, like, way behind, though. Because, like, Rogue is, like, a painful thing where it's, like, if you're not at least gladiator, like, you're way lower than you belong because it's, like, such a higher skill floor. I don't know the proper numbers I would use to make my point, but, like the 2200 rogues are really, really, really bad. And playing at the level that, like, you know, that, like, gladiator on some classes are. Like, you could be really bad and, like, probably still do way better than, like, a 2400 rogue if you're, like, an 1800 Ellie Shaman or, you know, or, like, Fury Warrior or something like that, or BM Hunter, you know. Like, you could run around, have no idea what's going on, have a terrible UI. Probably, like, I'm not saying click, but have horrible keybinds, be playing on, like, Wi-Fi. And probably still nepotism fail upward. Whereas if you make it work at even, like, a Glad level on Rogue, you're probably almost... I wouldn't say you're rank 1 on a dumb spec. Because some of the dumb specs fall off at, like, higher rating. But it's more of, like, a super low end of, like... what's 2k on a stupid class is like 1200 on a rogue. Like, it falls off more on the low end. Because you have to be, like, at least, like, duelist level to even be, like, 1700 level on, like, a dumb PvE class. Like, in terms of, like, understanding the game and raw fundamentals. Like, if I coach... like a 1500 rogue who has no idea what's going on, it looks like it's like 800 because it's just so much more fundamentals that they have to do. Whereas if you just coach like a 2k BM hunter, they're just as lost but still like occasionally winning. But at a certain point, you kind of once you get the fundamentals, it doesn't DR that hard where it's like Glad Rogue equals rank 1 in another class. It's not that severe, I don't think. Because it's more on, like, the low end of, like, getting into the spec that it's, like, an issue. And that's why most people just don't even want to, like, put in the effort to try. I mean, if you got the fundamentals, you always could go harder too, but... But no, I don't think Blizzard listens to Supa or anyone. I don't, you know, that's just his own echo chamber. If you enjoy play sub, you know, just play sub. I'm just petty in that I would rather Rogue not be S tier than Asa be S tier. I don't really want to have a reason for people to be like, yo, go play Asa. Sub harder than Feral? Yeah. There's a difference though between difficulty in rotational, you know, awareness skill and difficulty in performance based on how OP you are. So like just because your class is dog shit doesn't mean it's hard to play just because like you have to play perfectly to win because you're getting out PV'd. Because rotationally sub is actually really easy. It's easier than Outlaw rotationally, like in a PvE world. But like you have to do so much team play and micro CC and you can't make mistakes as a team. So like there's a lot more stakes and risk reward on sub, whether the rotation is easy or not. And it did lose a lot of skill cap by losing duel and cooldown reduction. Because now your amount of decision making is just halved, and there's no like 0.1 reactions of, oh, I pre-dueled the guy's trinket or pre-dueled the bubble, you know? And this should be okay. Pops me anyway. Dash trinket. Throw him off that. They nerfed the tier set when they gave us the 10% buff, so probably just 2-piece. But no, generally, sub is better. It used to be better at the end of expansions than the beginning of expansions, but the last 3 or 4 expansions has been better in the beginning rather than the end. Because I would say ever since like Legion, stamina has just started outscaling damage stats, especially with secondary stat DRs. So I think it'll get worse. Unless it just gets crazy tuning going into like season 3 or something, but gear scaling usually is worse for sub nowadays. Because stamina is just so aggressive with some of the passives. At least there's no like borrowed power stamina like there has been in other expansions, but like tied into like artifacts and Azure and stuff like that. But especially on the specs that have free extra stamina for no reason on their talents, like Outlaw and like Warlock and stuff. The health numbers just get crazy. I blinded so he would drop combat, or so that he would drop dots so that I could sap. But he just stayed combat for no reason the entire blind. And Warrior Fear. Waiting for a Hodge. Try to kidney it, but throw DH and my another walk. Omnus, big of Viscrit. Not sure why I'm getting life attuned here. Gouging with the Thunderous Roar right there is so nice. Nah, sub is still like B tier. Like Talvish is literally the only person that could make it actually work. Now, like, stomping randoms in twos, because there's much less counterplay in twos, sure. I think Asa will probably end up the best right now. The hero talent situation for Outlaw is just really awkward. And Outlaw didn't need to be more immortal. Asa just does more DPS, still has burst, and Garota's a whole nother GR of CC. Oh, I went into Zerker around bed. Demolish, she might die in the ope through Blair. Tried to sap trinket, but he stayed combat. Can you bomb the warrior if I can get there? Paradix, I'm bad. Can't kick the steering glare. Rest in peace, my bomb. I was just looking at big debuffs and something else was priority over the fucking parry. If I didn't into there, we probably killed, but I just needed a cheap shot. The parry was ending in like 3 seconds, so. I have nothing really off of it. That here through darkness and faint. It's just another 6-0 for the H-Bell. It's going good, Camden. Playing Outlaw? Nah, I've only been really playing sub. I'm just like critically burnt out on Outlaw and Asa. Because they're just better 90% of the time. And I'm always forced to play them at like the end of the season or like in a tournament and stuff like that. And it's just, I'm just so bored of like playing PV specs. What do you think of sub? It's about the same or worse. Not much changed. Just every other class is one-shotting constantly. And then occasionally a sub you get like a 2 million hit, but you're AFK and people just cooldown trade for blades every time. Give the Zerker rage off. The blinded 5. Work the I-beam. I still die to it. Houghton and them cheesed it a little bit with it last expansion, but once people figured out how to play against it, it fell off in the later tournaments. But yeah, it was pretty terrifying because Houghton was good at one-shotting, but that was like more players than it was comp. Because they were the only people that could play that comp. It wasn't like it was like a popular bottom cheese thing. Earth ending on healer. Try to get a stun, but I just can't move. Getting like swept in a second. Oh, he doesn't. Do not have like streak? Why is it not on my omnibar? Save off Berserker Rage so I can CC healer. But I gave precog, so we're gonna die here. Well, the monk won one game. Feels bad. I'm using an artisan pad. The like Ninja FX one, like the 99. I'll probably make weapons. Waiting 3 weeks of being underpowered for 3 weeks to get a free crit weapon that has the wrong stats and isn't bis is kind of dumb. You're gonna have to craft daggers for best in slot anyway. You might as well power spike at the beginning of the season. Or at least like craft your main hand and then like not care about your offhand. Could be like the temporary compromise if you want, but I think you could do like a world PvP offhand for the first couple weeks, even though haste is a terrible stat. Yeah, Outlaw you can actually not craft weapons because the conquest weapons are actually best in slot for Outlaw. So if you play Outlaw, you're way ahead on conquest points because you don't have to craft weapons to get best in slot. Thought of this rate would kill there, but I guess I should have just camped the gouge. Painted this should be okay. It's a weak wear. Or if you just mean like enemy buffs and debuffs, then it's better boost frames. But if you mean like above the target frame, then that's a weak wear. Yeah, I have my own Sundiar on diminish, tracked right above paint cooldown. You probably just play the focusing lens, like random damage proc embellishment on almost every DPS spec in the game. Just is the best PvE one. There's not really any well-designed embellishments. The proc rate on the blessed weapon for mastery is terrible. It just does worse DPS. Versa over 90 is okay sometimes, but and then the Ascension rotating one sometimes is just giving you wrong stats half the time. So yeah, the focusing lens is like the only good one. It's like a free 4 to 6% pad damage. Here, I think. We have bubble everything, but everything's on stun DR. What do you mean after gearing? There is no gearing right now till next week. And there was not proper gear on the PTR either. And it bugged scaling on the PTR as well. But historically, sub is worse with gearing nowadays. Because stamina just outscales at DRs on secondary stats. MVQ was just saying they needed to make these double jump spots higher so that you can't double jump. And I agree with that. Like, double jump spam is way too OP on this map. No, I was gonna blind there, but that's rude. Really good grip. Yeah, this lobby is just terrible for me because it's 2 HPOs and 4 melee. So there's like no skilled gameplay in this lobby. Just 4 melee drooling on each other. Pretty much every game of last season. There's not like wizards trying to help me CC, like the match quality is just really poor. I wanted to just step cheap shot him, but holy shit, I'm just 90% snared the whole game. Rest in peace, my dance. Really bad to ever blades to farm dance charge, but kind of desperate. Otherwise we lose. Shuffle is really good if you're playing at like top 50 overall of every spec, top 50 to top 100, and there's actually 1 to 2 wizards in your lobby. But yeah, like 2k to like 2700 is just elo hell of like 4 melee and rep pallies every game. There's only like 2.8, 2.9, literally number 1 rating, basically, where you could actually get like a fun lobby. Give off Berserker Rage so I can stun. Play the spell 2 seconds sap. I don't get spell. I mean, it was DR slap anyway, so. Just blinded 3 on our team. Done off that. Bubble. Berserker Rage off the DH so I can stun him. Hopefully we're not dead yet. Gouge GH in 1, Bumble Cop CD. Evasion in 3. Both all that. Blind Pally when he comes off pillar, but my DK's dead here. You need full points for Q? I don't think, I'm not sure actually. I know what Darkest Night you do. Doesn't say that you do. But you definitely want to do it with full. Because it doesn't gap close anymore. Trickster Abyss? No, I'm just testing it because it's 4 melee. If it just does more AoE or not. Flying through darkness and evasion. IBF's aggro. My Trickster AoE still broke Gouge. Too much AoE for the threshold. Gouge Trinket. Still dead. Yeah, Trickster AoE is all of my damage in this lobby. That's why I was testing it. And I'm still getting doubled. $862K what? I mean, yesterday we were pumping with like actually good lobbies. Or like CD and Sam and a bunch of people. It's just, there needs to be wizards and like non-paladins if I'm gonna do well. Good Berserker Rage. I'm gonna go H-Pal in a sec. Get cogged, I'm bad. Berserker Rage ends by the time I'm able to play the game anyway. PK's dying in the ope. Pally just presses wall while stunned. Really skilled game design. The paladins needed a bark skin. Try to dodge that, but it still hits me. Gouged the kidney. Doesn't intervene it. Love to see it. Get some nice AoE off here. No, just didn't get the disarm on that, so I might just be dead. I have a vanish. I'm just being a little greedy. I could bless it. Oh, he's getting hodged with an SDR. Warrior Zerker shout again. I have to be ready for it. Surprised he's not pressing it. They're all off the R. Not gonna try to Zerker himself? Okay, I guess I'll just stun. Lion's probably gonna break for my hero talent bullshit. He trinkets anyway, nice. And he just dies randomly when we have every CD. Well, not every. He has no IBF, no zone. Probably only had bubble. How you doing, mech? Probably do twos after this, because this lobby just isn't fun. It's just spam war game. War games are only fun if there's like wizards and non-paladins. Like this is just like my worst nightmare, like hypothetical. Actually, it could be worse. There could be multiple arms. Like Unholy is not that bad. It could be like Unholy, or it could be like Arms, Windwalker, Arms, Frost, Windwalker, you know? Could be a little worse, but it's just a boring lobby. There's like no skill in it. It's hard to take it seriously. Not the players, just the comp. It's not fun just playing Rogue Warrior and Rogue Windwalker, or Rogue DH and Rogue DK every round. There's no locked mages, boomies, hunters, shadow priests, anything, you know. Dodge that by stepping behind it. Vanish because I'm still dying with the CC chain they have. Warrior might solo him. Enhanced. If I didn't bomb, he might have died. Probably was stalling global from bubbling. Yeah, the visits are low because I'm playing Trickster. Like, I can still sometimes get a 2 million of this if I'm playing like a cheese build, but even with like the more sustained damage build, I'm still always last on damage. And that's just all with fake AoE pad. I'm dead here because I landed my healer. I just thought DH would die. I'll do one more, but I probably still look like the best healer. They're not as bad as they're crying about. But I think the best healer is Disc and Shaman. I mean, this is a lobby where I should go 06. Like, if I get this in like solo queue, I might as well just leave. I'll make Shaman best. The throughput seems really good. And they're really disruptive. And their HPS is good, and their mana is good. Seems like Earthern actually does something now randomly. Get a random Ascendance proc, top the team. Like, I think RLS could be good. Randomly. I think WLS could be good too. Or Windwalker LS. I don't know. I think Disc is probably the best. Then Shaman, then Monk. Like the Monk damage is crazy, but it has counterplay and Cocoon has a cooldown and it has to cast sometimes. I'm not sure. I didn't really push this season. I gave up the last couple days. Didn't even bother looking. I wasn't playing. Yeah, I'm gonna do some twos, I guess, or something. Let's get some viewer twos going. I'll try to do some more war games later if there's like wizards. Let's test something. Let's test Cold Blood. But like not go Gorma. Or Rotten. We'll do some Rogue Mage later. I want to test this. Trying to see if there's any other way I could reinvent the wheel a little bit. Link armor 8. I don't really have to link on hand, but yes. You could just play like conquest weapons with crit or a haste. Either one works. Depends where the rest of your stats are going. Now DH is better this season. Red's probably the same or better, but I wouldn't put red at like the top or anything. Hold one for Q. No, I'm just doing it for secret tech. Somehow my feint didn't go up, but deleted. Yeah, can I get the crit buff? Oh, I have it in this build already. Cool. I generally prefer Deathstalker still. Even if it's harder to get restills because it's buggy. I feel like Trickster still breaks CC too much. Now, the season doesn't start till next week. There's always like a week limbo on a new patch to burn everyone's hype while you're sitting there waiting on the raid or Mythic Plus or PvP to actually start. Just play the same two builds as last season, either the Subterfuge build or the T build. I think it's pretty fun, especially when you do the permanently drifting. That every time should be 2 to 3 days, yeah. They're not gonna like release a patch on a Friday or something. I don't know. I liked when they just started the new season day one. I don't know why they stopped doing that. I mean, they still will launch buggy, you know? Half the hero talents are not going to work properly, you know? How you doing, Coma? I mean, this is how they usually do it. It's just there was a great period of time where they stopped doing it this way and it was better, and then they went back to doing it the worst way. You want to do enough damage to kill that? Okay. That's kind of bad because they didn't have clone DR to get a blind off. Yeah, I could play Marvel Rivals and stuff, but I want to test out some new builds, get honor cap multiple times. I didn't have every character honor capped. Maybe farm some gems for gold, you know. That felt pretty smooth. I don't know, this build doesn't seem that bad actually. Weird, but I was keeping 400k DPS on plate. But this is still terrible. I don't think it's good. Like, I think this T Deathstalker is still way more damage, but we just went Cold Blood instead of T. And then, Orma instead of Shadowcraft. I think Shadowcraft is still mandatory. So this was still really low. Cold Blood Secret Tech doesn't seem that good. Maybe Cold Blooding Coup de Grace is better. Probably Cold Blood Coup de Grace. Then it just feels like I'm holding on to Cold Blood the whole game, though. I don't know. A lot of coup de grace are like in between the goes, not always even lined up. Can't play around the stacks that well, it's too clunky. What's new? Nothing really. The season doesn't start till Tuesday, so I'm just kind of testing shit out randomly. Build is not how I would normally play. I want to see what the numbers are. Normally you'd play this build without Finality or Dark Brew. You would play Rotten. Okay, saves everything for next game. Didn't even get to try Cold Blood coup de grace. I didn't even Cold Blood that secret tech. But I got 2 out of 3 crits. Best reg? Not Calvish, still up better. So is Wes. There's a few rogues that are better. That being said, I do put in a lot more effort in terms of trying to teach and just UI stuff and like making resources like available on my Discord and stuff like that. Definitely share more instead of just trying to hide all the tech. As soon as I find out anything juicy, I'm straight on Twitter about it. Just instead of just milking every advantage I can, I just give powerful knowledge to people that are better than me to ensure they stay better than me for no reason. Because I'm a masochist. Now let's properly track all DRs. Were they not before? Well, that's just Ghoul's gone, right? That's not because the add-ons. First person pistol shot. I tried to answer that earlier, but forgot my answer. I'm gonna, yeah. I just forgot to respond to it. So I was like trying to process it because it is really situational. It really depends on how many globals you have to ambush. Like if you need to get enough combo points to spam BTE or you restun, then you pistol shot. If you don't have time to like ambush twice and you have fan the hammer, like if anything, just track fan the hammer. If you know pistol shot is gonna full on mark for death your combo points out. Like if it's gonna affect your ability to get restuns in between the ice spam, having to do 2 ambushes, you definitely pistol shot proc. Most cases, I just tend to send the pistol shot proc anyway, because the ambush can just proc another pistol shot. Even if you don't have fan the hammer and stuff. But that can be a niche bad habit occasionally, but 90% of the time, pistol shot's the correct answer, if you don't want to think about it. Because it's just more combo points per minute, more finishers per minute, more cooldown reduction. Which is all what Outlaw's about, is just momentum. But there are times where it's like you don't have full fan the hammer stacks, and they're not an orc, and you have time to do 2 ambushes. Or 1 ambush still fills your combo points because you have certain roll the bones. But yeah, I would just send the pistol shot and say fuck it. Doesn't really matter. Just be annoying with micro CC, don't gap your stuns, be immortal. And give your teammates tricks and haste, but JK haste is pruned. Yeah, 10 years, insane. Feels crazier to think I've been playing the game for like 20. Yeah, sometimes you just spam 5 or 6 point BTEs because of ace procs, or you don't go to full points. I think this is the sweet spot. You have to like go slow when you start the drift. Oh, I turned my mouse too much. There we go. I don't know why sometimes it's so hard to set up the perma drift. I don't know if it's just me moving my mouse too much. Sometimes it just goes straight like that. God, it's always when the Q pops that I set up the perma drift. I get sapped on anyway. Gotta honk at the guy for sapping me. I haven't really bothered playing any Outlaw or Asa, they're just boring. I'd rather quit than play them unless there's like a tournament on the line. Set my healer to dodge the Infernal. Cloak the coil. So we got 4 stacks of coup de grace. Gonna cold blood it. Doesn't seem like it did that much, but they kind of did it into Ironbark. I should have just waited. Step behind the bolt so it doesn't go off. Pick that bolt. Gouge that bolt. Evasion the Druid stun. Doesn't do it. Get a double bolted here. I faint for it though. I'm gonna just swap Druid really big in a second. Fainted this, but I'm getting restunned off of it. Faint to stun. Nice little free shield wall. Try to swap the druid huge in a sec. Cold blood, big coup de grace. Doesn't feel like it did anything more. Cold blood's probably still better on secret if you play it, but. Pick up my soul. Yeah, for free, do the go. Not sure what happened to my kidney there. Could have cold-blooded that coup de grace, but I just saving it for the next one. Getting cloned. I'm just gonna clone. Probably shouldn't, but. Waiting on kidney before I gouge for free. He does a bash. I just get cold-blooded. This one's not gonna do anything. I have no modifiers for it anymore because I just got coil feared on my big go. But I have H bash. They actually faked me finally. I'll vanish this one. Still went off though. I'm not gonna blades this go. He walls anyway. Nice on non-blades. Gonna step my healer and run. It rushes up as he jumps down. Love to see it. Spirit in combat. Pretty rupture going. By the time I go grab my soul, the debuff's over, so I'm not gonna go get it. For Ancient War. Step behind the bolt so it doesn't go off. Gouge the bolt. My Destro will never be better than Affliction. I willingly have counterplay. Fuck this. I probably shouldn't. Artifacts at low HP and deep dampening, so it doesn't do much. We're probably dead here. Nice little 4.6 million bolts. Gonna compete? Probably not. Not worth the money, it's not worth the time. And there's not enough musical chairs in politics. And I'm probably going to be working during the qualifiers because I'm trying to go part-time. Because streaming just isn't paying my bills anymore. Like if the AWC prize money like tripled and they went down to 3-player rosters instead of 4-player rosters, and they did all of the qualifiers on like a respectable day and not a Wednesday morning, then sure. Or I was like settled in enough that I had PTO or something to take a day off for like a month. Not like a month straight, but I mean like a month of Wednesdays. Doesn't even seem like it was working. The Cold Blood Secret's probably way better, I think. That's just Supa being Supa with the anti-sub-road cabal. People say there's the Kalavish cabal, but like the Supatees Venruki anti-sub-rogue bias is the real cabal. I get like dumbing down the game is good for the game's health in terms of being able to attract new players, but it's not working, and neither is alienating the few people that were left. I mean, right now, OP is like Windwalker, Arms Warrior, Frost DK. But it could change. DH isn't bad. Got a lot better. I don't know. Rooket's in a weird spot right now. It's too early to tell if Outlaw will still damp or if it'll be Asa. There are a few people crying about sub, but like sub is not good. It's gonna be another only Kalavish makes it work type season, I think. Unless it gets way more than just 10%. Like you don't feel the 10% at all. And the 10% wasn't even like a free net positive buff. It like came at the cost of our tier set. Like they were just taking numbers out of the tier and giving it to the overall. So we probably won't wear 4-piece now with the tier set nerf. Like being able to gouge is nice, but Outlaw and Asa could do that too. I don't know, I even saw Waz complaining about subbing to Disc Priest. Not really being able to close out games with Dome and everything. Like putting sub anywhere near Hunter, Arms, Frost, Windwalker is just being on drugs. Like I would say Asa's probably a lot closer than sub is. What's the blind? Can you get the clone off that somehow? Probably dead here. He's gonna do a lot of damage. I don't have gouge or disarm. I should have spec disarm for this game. I was dead. I mean, they've already almost accomplished their goal of making sub like a PvE spec. In terms of like getting the layman to be able to play sub rogue, making it less top heavy. It needs the numerical PvE value to out PvE and Asa and Outlaw rogue, and then it truly will be a noob spec. Because they already got rid of any decision making with duel, any decision making with cooldown reduction, any decision making with applying slice and dice. And then Blades is way easier to use with just infinite combo points of just build their spender, build their spender, build their spender. Like rotationally, it's really easy. It's just all the decision-making stuff that's gone anyway. It just needs to have the PvE throughput. You guys actually play an ice form? Going back that stalker after this game. Trickster just feels like ass. Wanted to test it out, but finish the haymaker. I have feint for this, so it should be fine. Actually, I still lost half my health. That's crazy. Maybe it's bugged on Snowdrift. I know it doesn't work on Shockwave or Maim on Feral. That was a good fake. Maybe it doesn't even work with elusiveness actually, because it only said 20% there. Does Snowdrift do damage? Because I know it's the stuns that do damage that are mostly bugged. I haven't tested if Lasso is bugged or not. Probably just dead here. trapped in the room forever now. Maybe he'll block this. I love me some blink stun ice form, unstunnable the entire video game. Blink's 2 feet for no reason, so I actually get to play the video game. Never mind, you get the second blink from Bear or whatever. Fun. Didn't have feint for this, so I might just be dead. No evasion for Haymaker. Yeah, they never should have given all 3 mage specs blink backwards. Or alter time blink reset. You used to be able to hit them a couple globals during the beta when you had like multiple bugged Shadow Strike Sepsis teleports and cooldown reduction on Vanish. But now it's impossible to stay on any mage spec. Doesn't matter if it's Arcane, Frost, or Fire. Like if you have uptime on a mage, they fucked up really bad. Same with like chasing a Devoker. Unless you're playing a godly melee with infinite mobility like Feral, where you're just immune to sheep, immune to root. And permanently sprinting the entire game. Why do you play sub if it's dead? Because I'm a masochist. And I've been playing sub for like 20 years. And I'm one of the few people that's loyal to a spec instead of re-rolling every 10 seconds. I only play like Outlaw and Asa if there's like a tournament on the line. There's not really age requirements in WoW, because there's a global cooldown. People like to blame age on things, but it does not really matter. I'm no different at 30 than I was at like 24 or 20. It's really just amount of free time. So like if you're a streamer, you have free time. If you have like kids and a career, then yeah, your life's over and you're just gonna be a casual, I'm sorry. Occasionally there are some, you know, people that become dads after already being a sweaty gamer and they're still gaming as their career and they kind of make it work, like Sea-Doo and Palomore and stuff like that. But yeah. That's just because they still make the game their job, so they have the ability to put in that many hours. I'm sorry, Slight. But yeah, it's not an age reaction time of like, oh, I turned 28, now my eyeballs have, you know, 1/5 the reaction speed. It's not like that at all. Like you could do human benchmark tests and track it out throughout the ages, and you're the same awareness, the same reaction speed, as long as you take care of yourself, obviously. And then yeah. It's really just how much time you have. Yeah, maybe you could kind of feel the gap more in like top tournament level, actual more competitive esports. Like if you were trying to like go pro in like Marvel Rivals or something, or like, you know, Fortnite or just like some kind of FPS game, then maybe you can kind of feel it more. But even then, like even on like the StarCraft front, people were only falling off after 20 because they had to go do their like mandatory Korean military service stuff. So that's like more niche too. Like, I think it's just a generational thing where even if you're like 30 right now, our generation grew up with video games. It's not like trying to throw someone who was 30 that was like, you know, grew up with just like Atari and like, you know, You're not trying to have someone go from Pong to like esports. If you grew up with it, you kind of made the cutoff for it. I think the age argument stuff is really stupid. And the Zoomers will be saying the same thing in like 10 years when they catch up. And it won't be a copium thing. It's like really not hard to like just track human benchmarks and stuff. Especially because like technology is like really advanced gameplay a lot as well. In terms of just better netcode in some video games. Most games have horrible netcode. You know, more people having access to fiber internet. You know, higher refresh rate monitors with lower input lag. Keyboard advancements like wooting and just Hall effect keyboards in general. Like, tech has tripled people's reaction speeds over the last 10 years. And it's not really a pay to win thing, obviously, because some people play with some of the worst equipment and still do really well, but... Weak aura has most add-ons? I don't know. I don't think that's something you can measure. I think they'll all adapt. If you're a top 4 team, you're a top 4 team for a reason. You have the ability to multi-class the meta, and you're a really boring person who will never take any risk, and you will choke the other team out in dampening at 99 out of 100 times. That's why the top 4 teams are so like dominant. Like the difference in a top 4 AWC team and a rank 1 player on ladder is a bigger gap than a rank 1 player on ladder and like a rival. It is a massive jump. Like it's easy to kind of get top 8 AWC playing for fun as like a YOLO, you know, side up, new team every season, you know. That's easy to do, but like top 4 is where it starts getting really sweaty. And I think any of those players would be fine with no add-ons. Doesn't really matter. If anything, that would make them more dominant. Because they understand the classes better to not need the add-ons. Because they multi-class and dampen so well. What's next? Probably Gouge in Season 3. And people will still complain. Flip it now, it will happen. I don't think Pico's ever getting off Classic, man. He went from like a 1 to 2,000 viewer Andy to like 8 to 15,000. I don't think he's ever coming back. I don't think he's ever been viewbotted that I know of. Isn't that just the shared viewer collab stream thing? But his own numbers, even without that, are really high. What? Oh, he's playing the double backflip. I was like, he landed and then re-backflipped. I thought that Ursul's Vortex bugged it out and put him back in the air. We're just dead. The DR sleep. Oh, I hate that bash. Dragon has trinket. Now I just can't play the game for 20 seconds. And we're just dead here anyway. Three Blair's aggro on CD. Can't really do anything about it. Please get me, please get me. No, he's gonna backflip. Rest in peace, my whole blade stance. Get in-capped into sleep. Kill without CC. Who needs crowd control in this game? Okay. I'm just dead. This guy's a range class, apparently. Could have DH instead of healer. I don't even think anyone's good at classic. It's just a raw knowledge check, but not really anything awareness or mechanics. You just know what dungeons to do and what quests to do, and you just don't take risks. I don't think a time invested equals skill, right? Having the sanity to just do 1 to 99 woodcutting without going insane in RuneScape is basically the same skill set as playing vanilla WoW. Save every button for next game, I guess. You can go in the sewers. I didn't even know that. When's the restart on top of the building? I just rage trinkets gouge, that's crazy. Second paint's up. That pick and sec. Gouge penance. Not doing it. Trinket flop and dome there. Have the blades go with no trinkets, no icebound. Gotta farm a dance charge for a little bit. We'll have to gouge with that, but it's fine. huge vis crit. Only did 1.3 million. IBFs. Wait, is this a flying course? What? The arm movements. I'm so confused. Try to gouge this guy, but he's just lagging all over the place. Sure gets first global, so that's good. Bro, how can I not step cheap shot this guy on top of him? Cast Ice double fear, can't avoid it. From combat. Double feared on CD. I wanted to gouge, but I couldn't get in front, I guess. BR chastise for no reason. Gouge this guy for free, do a blind go. Triggers the blind, big abyss crit. Pick that. Finish that. Huge Abyss crit. I'm using classic numbers. But I had to go into the Lua and change the max threshold. Because yeah, by default it only caps out at 99k. But I set it to not show anything below 500k. I technically did, Bodhi. So you sent me this one, right? For a small hits filter. But I also wanted small crits filter. And then, yeah, I did this myself. I control F'd. I found where I was, and then I just added an extra 9 instead of going to 200,000 or 2 million. I just went to 999 million, you know? So I take half credit. Yeah, he also helped, Bodhi also fixed the Wargame Helper add-on to have Cage of Carnage. So I had to do a manual command for it. Nice, but... Current build? I'm just playing the normal T build from last season. But I guess I'm playing Shiv right now. And Symbolic. Which normally I would just play Lingering and like passive crippling. They don't sleep. But the main reason I'm playing Shiv is I'm just getting used to playing it more because Warriors. The new Berserker Roar. Instead of it just being like a tremor totem for their teammates, it's like CC reduction now. So when they like use Berserker Rage, their teammates get 50% reduction on almost everything. Stuns, blinds, gouge, and yeah, you could shiv it off because it counts as an enrage effect. I have not tested the Wargame add-on yet. Yeah, I know Shiv does work on Berserker Rage though. don't know if that one even works. Thanks for damn reduct. Second paint's up. Guess I'm not gonna blades here. Going AFK a bit. What are you talking about? Talents. Oh, even like actual game skill. I mean, I'm planning on going part-time soon. Hopefully it gets better next expansion. Just seems like they gave up on this one for sure. How does he have veins back already, man? Okay. Such a short CD. I think it's playing other games, it's just restarting my channel. But yeah, the game's already not paying my bills anymore, so I don't really have the time to no-life it like I used to. I still always have fun. Otherwise I wouldn't play. It's not fully a job for me. Otherwise I wouldn't have neglected my future so much for like 10 years. Making less than minimum wage. I can't afford to not pay rent multiple months and restart my whole channel, so. And I'm not fake enough to be a vanilla WoW classic roleplay Andy. I would just end it all if I had to do that. I'd rather put fries in a bag than play vanilla WoW. Vanilla WoW is one of the worst video games ever created. And that's coming from someone that played it 20 years ago and played a couple hours of SOD, a couple days of SOD, and played the second wave of Classic briefly. Hardcore isn't even an interesting concept for vanilla WoW. Because of how much people will minimize the risk doing guild stuff, professions, potions, engineering target dummies, all that kind of stuff. And every run being the same quests and the same dungeons. It's not like a roguelike where you're forced into a different build every run. Like playing an ARPG as a hardcore is a much better model for like PoE or Diablo, even though Diablo sucks. It makes way more sense as a hardcore format. And people already did hardcore like 15 years ago when it was called the Iron Man Challenge, where you weren't even allowed to wear gear. Like, it's not difficult. Vanilla WoW is balanced around everyone having 500 ping and like 10 FPS. Because there's not really mechanics in that game. That was a good chastise on my trinket. DR blind on me for class envy. Rude. Guy just wants to make a montage so bad. I'm just sitting here trying to play view refused, my guy. That was a good grip. I don't know what he's trying to death. I guess he's trying to death blind, but like, why would I blind when the rogue's on stun DR? I love just being passively changed device all game, because sub versus Asa. I'm off stun DR, so I'm just gonna disarm to stall. He disarms me back for no reason, even though he's on stun DR and I'm not. But disarm accomplishes literally nothing for him. Gouge for free before he stuns me while I wait out the stun DR. The gouge breaks to sync. Okay, dude. Sometimes it never breaks. Sometimes it just breaks on one tick of rupture like that. That's so cringe. Maybe my hero talent or something procced from the rupture. I don't know. Killing without CC because who needs it? That was a good grip. No feint. And I'm off stun DR, so I'm just gonna disarm to stall it. Try to feint the stun, but he waits it out. Feint's ending, so I'm just gonna gouge to keep stalling. Getting stunned right now, try to step away from it. Bombs me, but at least I'm kind of close. Ancient of War is ending and he's going to get feared though. He gets the clone before that. RP walk around. Might just have to go without CC. It's not like Holy Priest do any healing anyway. If I go for CC, I get stopped there, so. Look at my settings, Destiny, and then you can copy it, but or my game could crash because I tried to open my options. WoW is more CPU based. Usually I could wait for it to respond though. And it picks back up, usually, but I guess I should just reopen. Nope, it's back. Let me see. Yeah, just look at these. I do size 28, aerial narrow, abbreviate big numbers, disable blizzard numbers, and then scroll distance. I just take a screenshot of these. That'd be good. I'm to just leave versus. It's so boring to fight mage healer. Guys just playing fucking ice form and blink stun. I just can't stun him like 80% of the game. Try this for fun. Today's combat, so I don't get a tap, I guess. Yeah, even with Thieves Bargain, DFA, and 30-second sprint, I can't really stay on a mage at all. And he's just passively immune to stuns like 80% of the game. And just blinking every stun. And I can't really ever kill a Disc Priest either. That's like the biggest counter ever. Disc is probably the best healer right now. Shaman's really good too. And Monk. SP just gets countered by warriors, I think. It's just a worse version of Warlock. Bladestorm's out of my cheap shot, love to see it. I trinket the aggro on a disarm. It's crazy. Back some bad. Banish the demolish. Didn't have the global to disarm it. I didn't want to die in one global there. Should I get disarm demolish? Doesn't do it. Guess I have to disarm non-demolish, which sucks, but otherwise I just die here, I think. I think it's aggro. I evasioned that, but it still hit me anyway. Getting flaggy. I'm dead very soon. There it is, demolish. I triggered it and got out of range of it, so it didn't one-shot me, I guess. Faint Stormbolt in a second out of this. 40% dam reduct, get soloed through it. Like it's nothing. It sits for multi-million every Mortal Strike. Harry's aggro for no reason. Refaint. Oh, nice, I got the refaint actually. I thought I didn't get it for a second. Still dead through it, even though I fainted the Stormbolt on CD. Tried to step my healer, but I'm just charge rooted. All she wrote. He had trinket for that. Yeah, I think SP is just a worse version of Warlock. And it gets countered a lot harder by Warrior. And Warrior is going to be really broken. I don't think SP is that good. He pretty much can only play Shadow Play. Kind of lining my healer pretty hard, but trying to feint the leg sweep. Him getting kicked on that clone just got his monk killed. Conquest is not brought forward, no. Never has been. Honor will be, though. Bloody tokens? No. Conquest? No. Honor? Yes. I think Windwalker will get nerfed. I think Pharaoh will avoid nerfs, though. But Pharaoh always avoids nerfs. It's always sleeper. There's a reason they're silent right now. Like, it's not broken like everything else is, but it'll be there to be broken by the time the other shit gets nerfed right around AWC time. So Pharaoh's a solid pick for the future, for sure. Because at the end of the day, you don't want to be OP at the beginning of the season. You want to be OP the second half once Blizzard stops doing their job. Because they'll support the patch for like 2 months and they'll go AFK for 4 months working on the next patch. So you generally kind of want to be on the half that ends the season OP, because that's the only part of the season that matters once the inflation is kicked in. So generally, if you're OP right now in the preseason, you're sweating because you know the axe is coming. Hunter is doing really well, I think. Wait out the Sun Ward as long as I can. Gotta trinket the aggro on a gouge. He missed the leg sweep on me point blank somehow. That was kind of bullshit. I feel like that should have hit me. Gap into clone. I have blades for the next one, no trinket. Gonna gouge for a bomb kidney. Look at this, he dies. No moist meter here, man. Control scroll wheel for zoom in and out. Scroll wheel is my target. 1, 2, 3 binds. There'll be a soft reset. Obviously CR. But 11.1 already dropped. It's just the season doesn't start till Tuesday. It always works. Now I'm using a final mouse, ultralight X. Not doing the secret because my stacks got messed up by the bug where Shadow Strike didn't apply my stacks. Looking the secret after the other script, so I wanted to make sure it lined up with finality for the 30% more of this damage. Look at this crit. YOLO bomb just to see if he panic trinkets. He panic trinkets. Love to see it. Get a kick. Gouge. JK get leg swept. And he just gets soloed. Guy's just going full Illidan. They nerfed their tier set already really hard when they gave us the 10% damage. They were just taking damage out of the tier set. So I don't know if I'll go 4-piece now. We'll mix it up after we get this guy as 2-1 though. Nah, Trickster has felt like ass every time I've played it. It still breaks CC a lot, even with the threshold thing. And you just have so much less burst. Us less than season? What do you mean? I don't know what you're saying. I'm probably not going to play that many alts. Just sub-rogue. And just play the game less and try to find real work. And probably not compete in AWC. There's new crafting gear. And if you recraft season 1 gear into season 2 gear, you get to keep sockets and enchants. Nice. It's not about time. It's just I don't enjoy any other spec. I get bored of alts really quickly. Every other spec just feels like PV. And playing defensively. And not really about playing to win or doing anything fun. Oh, I tried to get the kidney before the Nully. I thought he was actually gonna die there. That would be hilarious. I mean, you might have to beat me up, man. My income went down by more than half, and I can't afford to pay my bills. And my enjoyment of the game goes down a lot when it's just Asa and Outlaw every single season for 10 years straight. And I just want to play sub-rogue. But the game does not respect my time or effort. The goal is if I get my first choice, it's factory work 12-hour shifts. And I still have a couple days a week where I can stream. Or do a different second job even. And then just kind of actually play when I'm in the mood to play. At like actual prime time. Which might be a little less EU friendly hours. But like playing when there's actual 3s queues and stuff every day instead of just forcing myself to do 2s and shuffle all the time. We're just dead. Yeah. At least he loses 0. Arizona. Rent for like a 1-bedroom in like a nicer area is like 1700. Absurd. And even like 2023 and 2024, I averaged it out to make like basically $12 an hour before taxes. And like, you know, it's just not livable to live on like 25, 30K a year before taxes. Even if you have a lot of expenses. Like deducting rent, deducting internet, you know, deducting upgrading your computer every year. Just not livable. I was hoping it would like kind of grow a little bit, but like I made more in 2023 than I did in 2024. That was like the true wake up call of just there's no growth. And now like even seeing Peekaboo not be an arena player, kind of just over. Well, the thing is I'm okay paying 200 more here to have fiber internet for quality of life. But yeah, I've been ever since like 6 months ago, I've been saying I was probably gonna quit in February, or at least go part-time. It's taking way longer than I thought because the first choice job I wanted that's paying a lot more is they had like multiple waves of aptitude testing. Then I had my interview, and then they said 6 to 10 days on feedback for the interview. And then it might even be another interview after that. And I'm like, bro, it's taking me a month. I should have just taken something else at like half the pay. But I want this because I like the idea of 12-hour shifts, and it's new skills that I want to learn. Always swap markers when you see him because he's never playing any versatility. He like wants to do damage as a druid. So he's always playing like some glass cannon shit as a healer. Oh, he got the ice ball off. I'm dead. Thought I would have kicked that, but I have my associates in computer networking, but I just don't want to go back to IT work hell. I don't think I've beaten a single mage healer this patch. I'm like 0 and like 20 against like 5 different mages. Seems really broken in 2s. Doesn't matter if they're playing Ice Form, Blink Stun, Shimmer, Orc, Night Elf. Doesn't matter. I can't stay on a mage at all. Ever since I took away the cooldown reduction. I'm looking to just be like a process tech for superconductor factory. I did well on the aptitude testing, and I meet the qualifications that they're looking for. I'm just hoping I didn't do too poorly on the interview. Yeah, the goal is like still stream like 2 or 3 days a week. When I get the job, hopefully. Yeah, it's just me and her. I also like that I'm close to family right now. Because all their medical issues and helping them out. It's just a lot of stress. Financial stress, family health stress, the state of the game stress. Like I just want Arena to be, you know, popular and people not to be negative and queue times to be quick. And to have a full battle pack of people that actually want to play. And a functioning solo queue that's not shuffle. That just gives me melee range healer every game. But I think that would like bump my quality of life by so much. But I don't think it's ever gonna happen. Alright, we got this guy as 2-1. We're gonna mix it up. Orc best. Orc is good for sub v sub. But I think sub orc is still extinct. Night Elf is better, is mandatory if you're gonna play NES or Outlaw. Go Mog, sure. I think for this should be okay. Didn't paint that. Hopefully sap this. I did it. Off stun DR, so I'm just stalling. Try to keep him in combat. Kept him. I can't believe I hit that fence. Awkward, because I was going to get a half sap there. We Shadow Word pained him for no reason. So he stayed in combat. Paints up out of the way. Oh, it's just slicing with the restep. Silhouette OP. On 0.1, feels bad. Might still kill this guy though. Huge abyss. Give me 5 big booms for that one. Generally feint, tricks, DFA or silhouette. Just kind of depends what you're feeling, honestly. They're all pretty situational and playstyle specific. The shadow step spam is kind of funny. Just dodging, slicing with it. But it doesn't just hit me for 4 million. Notorious is one of the really dead BFA seasons where there was only like 30 spots. I was 5, yup. Sorry, the auto ad's going off in 50. I'll just start it now. No snoozes for it because I snoozed the last time. Shorter queues because this guy's lower MMR. I mean, nerf sub, I guess. I don't know. Guy doesn't want to play orc. Guy doesn't want to wall. Guy doesn't want to earthen. I don't know. Nerf sub. I almost hit what a Mortal Strike would just do. All my CDs, you know, that I AFK 90 seconds to do. With 1 vanish and no subterfuge. It's also like you would never get that setup off in 3s. You would just get air horn peeled 20 times. Because you can't cross all 3 on your own. Unless they're really bad. Duel was kind of cheesy and hard to balance around and buggy, but it did add a lot of skill cap to the spec, like the cooldown reduction. I don't know, Nerfsa. That one he actually trinketed. And he was in D stance. He just didn't trinket parry, and he got stunned on his trinket as a non-orc. Nah, they dumbed down the spec a lot more. I don't think it's harder with the dual removal or cooldown reduction removal or auto slice. All that's missing is for sub to do the same PV damage as Asa and Outlaw and not be last every game on damage if it goes longer than the opener, and then it'll probably be playable by casuals at that point. Like if backstab just does triple more damage and gave 2 combo points instead of like 70k. That way you're not spamming Phantom Knives every global. I don't know, without duel it's a lot easier to play now, because a lot of good duels were like 0.1% or like 0.1 second reaction times of like pre-dueling a trinket or a bubble or something and not letting them get a layoff or a swap off. Does a DR stun into feint. Snap trinket. Doesn't want to trinket. Pretty bad feint. I think he goes into the last 2 seconds of it. Should be fine. Guy trinkets disarmed to try to kill me. Gonna grip this. Bomb late because he's not gripping. Gotta dodge the double fear even though he doesn't have it. Get our own double fear. Painted this, should be okay. Feint and orc here. Not gonna use much because paint's up. Didn't get the kick that I wanted, but I did cheap shot priest there because I knew my secret tech was gonna break fear. New build. I'm just playing the normal T build. I've tested a bunch of builds. They're all trash. I don't like Trickster. That's just asking me what your favorite color is, Tamir. If you like playing caster, play caster. I play subterfuge sometimes. Just depends on the matchup. If I want to do damage, I play T. If I want to have better CC to like cross like Sank or like get nullifying off or like vanishes defensively in like a mirror against jungle or something, then I go vanish. But double trinket. I could have saved that blind until I just had everything for it. Find this X. Don't get the sap out of that because I got shockwave. Here, storm bolt for no reason. Storm the CDs. There's all my damage, the big booms. On the target frame, yeah. I mean, it comes down to your skill set, right? If you want to play on an Xbox controller, play DH. If you're a furry, play Feral. And if you have a brain enough to play a caster, then play the mage. But there's easier casters than Arcane Mage, you know? Why not put Warlock on the list? Why not put Windwalker in the list? Or, you know, DK or Warrior. If you want to just truly be Fodom. The Fodoms are Arms Warrior, Windwalker, Frost DK. Physics. I moved my camera. I might have messed it up. I don't know who Civ X is, but they're definitely on their anti-sub-rogue cabal shit. It's like B tier. They just get stomped by like Calvish or something, or someone that like 500x's them and then always like thinks it's like something you can commonly queue into on ladder. But in reality, there's like 5 people that try to play it, and only Calvish makes it work. It is one of the worst specs in the game. Gotta get that as an emote. Could try to add it. I don't know if I have any spots left on 7TV or whatever, but or no, it's just 24 out of 600. I think I added it. You might have to refresh. How's retail? It's a new patch. It's still too early to tell because the season starts next week, but gearing is quick and leveling is quick, but the balancing isn't much better. The queue times are probably still gonna be really long for solo queue. But you know, if you got the itch, go for it, you know. It's not like it's that hard to start. And leveling has always been really quick. Granted this. Gonna lose my stacks. Nice, I got him. DFA coil in like 3. Coming right now. Got it. Rest it on CD. Gouge the meatball. Do a non-maxed out of this, just for finality. My headset's dying because I didn't charge it long enough last night and I'm just dead to air. It's pretty much just the removal duel, the removal of the OP cloak, the physical cloak, removal of roll the bones haste, removal of enduring brawler, and then all we got was this new feint on our talent, where feint does more if you pre-feint to stun. And they gave a 10% buff to sub in exchange for nerfing the tier set. Yeah, almost every other class just presses their button while stunned. It's crazy. Dark Pact, Unending Resolve, Spark Skin, Enraged Regen. There's very few classes that have to do anything preemptive. It's like just DH and maybe Windwalker, I think. And Arms, I guess. Ret wall while stunned. Well, and H-Pal. 45-second wall. You're good. Priest just having passive focused will. I'll show mute my stun. Into the slice. Our karma, need to run. Tried to grip me, but I get flashed back in. Gouge bomb in a sec. Or you can do that. Oh, I don't even have gouge for a second. I'll just see if he grips this. At least I saved the bomb for when I actually have blades. Didn't get the feint for this. Keep running. Do a non-max out of this so I can get finality ready. Step away from the fist. There's no grip for bomb if I just go. He gets his own fear. I don't even need to bomb, I guess. He has a big shield though, so maybe sap out of that if I'm lucky. JK getting capped. No sap. Going for a fear of his own now. Gonna gouge Windwalker. Heal myself to run. Sucks because I can't gouge for pre or gouge for a fear now, but I'm AFK waiting on dance charge anyway. Flashed me in. Try to feint leg sweep. Didn't get it. Step healer. I don't like stacking for leg sweep, so I gotta spread, but might sap priest in a sec. Somehow we didn't get the priest with that. Hopefully he doesn't get soloed here. He gets soloed without paints up or swap because he got kicked. How you doing, Dilly? Yeah, the CC changes are nice. I still break stuff as Trickster though, because Trickster AoEs so much. Nah, Trickster's terrible. Probably Asa. Or Feral. But you could still make sub work in Shuffle if you don't get like 4 melee double paladin type shit still. Like if there's wizards and stuff, like you do some good gouges. Outlaw shit. I mean Wes made it look good. I don't know. Just seems really awkward not having Enduring Brawler. Or Roll the Bones haste. The last thing Outlaw needed was more defense on the feint, you know? Like I usually just play the 5% dam anyway. Yeah, the car is pretty fun. A little clunky until you get used to it. The one thing that's weird is like the drift button is spacebar. It's also the jump. Sometimes you accidentally jump when you want to drift, and it's kind of annoying. But drift gives you the orange meter to do the boost. I wish I could just like bind the drifting to like shift. You can't change it. Dumb. Yeah, KFC is gonna be nuts. Maybe even Windwalker Hunter. Or Jungle. Or Hunter DK. Or Windwalker Warrior. Or just TSG. Yeah, Arms Warrior, Windwalker, Frost DK, and like Hunter are some of the most broken specs in the entire game right now. Very, very overtuned damage. And like 3 to 4 million type 1 shots on top of sustain. Marksman and Survival seem really good actually. But Marks seems way clunkier. Like I've seen like 1 or 2 people play Marks and it looked like okay because they get like some 4 million hits, but like you have to cast, so it's probably trash. People play really well against it. It's like, why willingly have counterplay? I still don't get the sap, that's rude. Good. I targeted it, but I was out of range to Shadow Strike it. So I was stuck in the root still. They might die to a haunt here. coiled here. Face for damn reduct. Gets the hack. A dance cheap shot, but nothing really to pair it with. Cool, he fakes like 0 kicks and he's still 20 million damage up. You think Windwalker was overtuned before the changes? No. Windwalker was pretty mid, but now it's God mode. I've literally seen 4 million slicing wins. And there's less paladins and just less bops in the game to bop karma. You can't cloak karma, and then they also have the celestial CC immunity bullshit. So there's just way less counterplay. Press a multi-million celestial that you can't be peeled on, and to just throw a 4 million slicing wins. I think it could be made, yeah. Rogue's been bad like twice ever. Warlock's been bad like once ever. Like, I would say Warlock's definitely more consistent over the years than Mage. Rogue and Lock are probably the most consistently broken. The thing is, like, Rogue is always balanced around, like, Waz or Calvish or, you know, whoever's doing well. Warlock is never balanced around Chanimal. Like, the average Lock is always a lot better than the average Rogue in terms of performance and comp variety. There was, like, a 2-month string of, like, BFA. It was, like, the only time Warlock was bad. Rogue, it was mostly just beginning of mop. And it wasn't even because, like, Stampede Bug and Warrior were better than everything else. It was just like, even if you didn't get a Warrior or a Hunter, sub was still useless. You had to pick between, like, Step and Cloak. Or, I think it was Prep and Cloak. And then, like, your damage was Piss. You just save everything. Nerf sub, I guess. I don't know. The rogues are pretty mid in Wrath. Unless you're Avi Zero running for 40 minutes straight in 2s. Like, it definitely wasn't comparing to, like, late Wrath Wizards. Like, RMP had a couple of good matchups, but that was about it. And that was mostly just trying to cheese to get over the fact that you just lost neutral completely. Gonna play Mob Classic maybe for a little bit, but... Either way, the point is both of them are broken like 95 to 99% of the time. They're the most 2 popular tournament classes, for sure. Thing is, if you go below like the top end level, like Warlock is easier to play than Rogue, I think, in terms of like the average gladiator and just comp variety and like quality of life. Better blues plates. Oh, I want to get the bomb sap there on his trinket. First step to take that. Of course, yeah, you can press defensives while stunned. Every Warlock is like a bot and just wastes Stark Pact. And every Warlock is greedy and waits to wall till 5% and dies through it. Even the rank 1 ones. Especially in Shuffle. It's so rare you see a Warlock actually be like, oh, I'm gonna get Omega overkilled here and press wall at 40. Because they're so drunk with power of how immortal they are. Bad step. I wanted to kick lock there, but then he just faked. Nice step, but... That's awkward. I'm gonna lose my crit buff. Thought I'd be able to go back and forth twice, but... Never moving my character. Rest in peace, my blades. Tried to DFA coil there, but... Getting coiled now, try to feint it. I don't like this gouge because it doesn't really set up CC on healer or pre-CC for the go, but I'm just trying to run. I can't really go toe-to-toe with him right now. I don't want to try to break the Dark Pact. Try to do a kidney blind sap here. Poking the hump. Micro piss, cheap shot for the kill. Banish just for the pre-med combo points to make sure I can get a full eviscerate there. Like that. Stun that. Read the this. Help us out before they intervene. Demolish, I might be dead. Can't stop him switching the clone to him, but I don't know if we needed to fear the warrior, but I have to send word before I go. Farm demolish. Fuck the clock. We have this crit. Double trinket parry from that go. And BM. Banish demolish really soon, I think. Can't get this long. Don't know if we needed to PS. I was kind of cutting all this. Oh, I wanted to sap through its trinket there. We got the re. Oh, it was still on global. Blades next go, no trinkets. I'm on stun DR for 15. Have Druid in combat so he doesn't get a read to stun anything. I have feint for this, so I should be okay. Time to demolish. Good Nate. Bombing the convoke. Big of this crit. One boom. Crank doesn't do as much because it's 60% dampening. I still did a lot there. Step away from the blade storm. Druid's gonna go for a drink here or something? No, I don't know what he's doing. Just jumping around. Almost 60% dampening. The magic number of 2s. Game's gonna start soon. As I just get mortal strikes, my whole HP and almost die through PS. Seems like a pretty good spec. Got double skin, range to demolish, doesn't do anything. I don't need to vanish it. Combat. I don't like that dome because I was gonna try to chase the druid, but actually did a good play. Actually, Bloodstorm might disarm. He might just be dead. Hopefully we can keep Druid in combat. He gets the re. I get my own re. Or I can stay in combat forever and get stun cloned. The Convoke outranges my step, so I just can't get there. No disarm for the demolish, so I might just get soloed. That warrior is disgusting. Intervenes nothing, just stuns into feint on CD. Almost kills me on accident through Mortal Strike. Or through Paints Up. Just a random Mortal Strike. Wouldn't Void Reaver be better? It doesn't really matter. You got outplayed on almost every single demolish. I vanished, step, or disarmed every single demolish because he can't just press it with a stun. I transferred my brain into a warrior, like I'd do double my dam and win that in like 3 minutes. He just wastes every single demolish. But it's okay because he presses Mortal Strike also for like 3 million. Thanks for raid markers. I hate warriors. That game was disgusting. I stopped like every single demolish and like the guy just 3 million mortal strikes me through fucking Paints Up. I don't know, I set up like a 2 mil of this every like minute, which is like every other warrior global of the whole game. That was a crazy game, but GG's, man. Tempting to move my character versus a mage. Macro, it's all good. I figured. Unless you're bagging, I don't take it personal. Or like whispering and shit. It's actually so hard to stay on a mage. Ever since they got rid of the cooldown reduction. Like 7 sets of nerfs ago. That still stunned me even though I'm well away. I have the 40% feint, dying through it. Eventually I'll move my character. One day. Probably should just train healer, even though I don't think it's possible to kill a disc. Might just gouge defensively here. I have to cloak. I'm gonna get the fear, try to gouge the fear. Can't get in front of him. I'm just dead because I didn't gouge mage on Veins instead. I'm like 0-20 against like 10 different mages. I can't beat mage healer 2s anymore. Really hard. Even if I go bargain 30-second sprint and DFA, I still can't ever touch them for more than like 2 globals. It's insanity. Is it Loki? I did it on all 3 specs, I think. Ass is the easiest one though. Sub is like just a numbers check. You have to make sure you're wearing like old gear with sockets. And that you properly AoE the shadow ads in phase 2. And then Outlaw is like the most annoying kind of RNG one, where even if you do it well, you might still get screwed over by something. Like, Outlaw's the most annoying one to do. Sub, it's like once you've done it the first time years ago, doing it again the second time is really easy. But Ass is the easiest one in terms of just mechanics. You just gotta have like a mouse over focus and DBM. This guy's dead without pressing buttons. Got swap. And trinket parry. Gonna run. Yeah, I'd see if he wastes Zerker Rage for later. Alright, can you interfade? Something bad. Got pain stuff though out of the way. Might DR blind to get a sap. Pick that. Grabs that even though it's TR. And I'll cheap shot the next ulti attempt. I'm just going. Tried to step kick that, but their barrier. Catch for fear, maybe. Finish my stacks. I'm ready to burst. I got blades, everything. Fade my gouge. Good fade. She was turning around forever. Time to go. Big Abyss crit. First boom. You just gotta line up Symbolic, Finality, Darkest Night. And you can kind of get a 2 mil of this sometimes. If you have every modifier. Yeah, it was 1.7, yeah. Normally when you play like the Calvish build and you play Lingering, it's even less. Like you're capped at like 1.5 mil. But Symbolic can give you the big numbers on like leather. But like no other armor type really takes damage. Probably Disc or Monk. Last tuning posted? Let me see. I mean, sub your AFK like literally 40 seconds to set up 1-2 million hit. There's actual downtime on it. There's no downtime to like Windwalker damage. And it's not like Warlock's ever gonna get a Chaos Bolt off. Destro is really shit right now. I have seen double 2.3 mil Chaos Bolt back to back, but I still don't think Destro is that good. Same problem with Marksman. You can get like a 4 million aim shot, but it has counterplay. It's not just unavoidable, oh, I got Mortal Strike for half my health. Or Slicing wins half my health. Painted that. Pick that. Done that. Step away to run for a sec. Maybe bomb this guy. That's not worth. Gouge this guy for pre. Poke the fear. Blind the healer. Run this guy. That wall. And I'm not dancing or bladesing or anything, and he's on stun DR. Or, you know, even if he disconnected, I couldn't kill him for the next minute straight of backstabbing. Pick that. I will take a free wall from Goodwill though. Good for us. Got this guy for free. Done both. Take a this crit. He pressed skin while stunned. At least they overlap paints up with skin, even though he was fine from skin. Dance itself is not a threat. You only have to respect blades. But I will take a free paints up and a skin overlapped from just a random dance. Free real estate. Means I can kill him with blades really soon. They've wasted all their CDs except for swap and dome. So he's probably still fine, but... Take ulti pen. Do a kidney. Send the blades. Get trinket dome here. He's not pressing. We're gonna get swapped. Or not. TFA'd the fear. Kick ulti. JK. My kick wasn't up for 1. I'm just gonna have to vanish so I don't just die. We swapped even though I don't think we needed to. He might just be dead now. At least I can peel with gouge now and it doesn't break the rupture. That's great. Painted this, should be okay. That. Big of this crit. Actually got a 2 mil there. Because he skinned after I did the big crit. Take that. He fears him to fade, feels bad, man. Might be dead here. Trigger van. Can't stop the clone. We're gonna reset. Secret tech on 14% HP. Doesn't die. Get swapped. Get clone. Think I'm dead here. Try to gouge the clone, but I'm just too slowed. I have a bomb and blades staying in the dome. Problem is I have to farm my dance charge back. He's panicking on the blades when I'm bladesing just to farm dance. Good fade. Might still kill here anyway though. Tried to DFA the stun, didn't get it. Tried to pre-paint the stun. I got it, but it's bugged and doesn't work on MAME. Actually, it felt like it kind of did that, I don't know. I know when I tested it dueling myself, it didn't work on any of the stuns that did damage. Like Shockwave, MAME. I didn't test Lasso, but... Like a Vis crit, doesn't do much. We don't even get a Bark Skin there. Bark Skin's on CD. I didn't even see the changes yet. Painted this. Still gonna die probably to air. Yeah, I can't believe they didn't nerf Atsa. Like, they need to get rid of, like, AoE growth. That's a much bigger problem. Bomb to maybe get a sap. No resap. I have blades for the next go. Fix that. Can't stop cloning now though. I have feint for this. Should be okay. I have to blades to just farm the dance, so I'm just 2 on the back foot. Blind that. Should be able to kill here. Take a Vis crit. Only did a 1.4 mil. All she wrote. Alright, let me see. I'll cook through these changes. I mean, secret attack by 5 doesn't do that much. Can't believe they buffed Asset though. They're on actual drugs. This is actually a huge nerf for Seb. This is way more important than the actually it says tank and damage. Yeah, for damage. Yeah, that's bad. Last thing the game needs is more stamina. The last time they buffed everyone's stamina by 10%, it literally doubled the game length in BFA. And it made everyone quit. When they did like a blanket, like 15% slowdown of the game. 5% is not as big of a deal. But this scales exponentially on stamina specs. Like Outlaw and Warlock and shit like that. Where they just get free extra health for no reason. That is the last thing they needed. Because stamina just affects time to kill and game pacing a lot. And stamina actually outscales secondary stats and agility or strength and all that. Because they're just bad at tuning stamina. So that's a terrible change. It makes stamina talents worth a lot more because your base HP is higher. So it does scale. Really hard. Like how Outlaw gets all the free extra HP for no reason. And Warlock. Thing changes? Sure. This is stupid because like it just needs to get removed from the game entirely. Your top damage on mage should not just be barrier. Like it's just really bad design. Like the offensive spells need buffs to compensate too. Like the fact that just pressing barrier is the only way to do damage on fire mage is a joke. What's 20% of like 3.8 million? 700k off. So 3.8 million slice is still 3.1 million. I think Windwalker will be fine. Mortal Strike, that's good. That's still too much. What's 25% of 3 million? So, yeah, 3 million Mortal Strike is now like 2.3 million. That's still way more than the biggest Eviscerate crits. Demolish final hit reduced. Doesn't really matter because even if you outplay the final hit, like the first 2 ticks kill you. Even if you like, you know, disarm it halfway through the cast because you run global. I don't know if Fury needed nerfs. That's kind of weird. I'm surprised Feral actually got a nerf. That's world first. Feral always dodges nerfs. Granted, it's not affecting their bleeds or anything, just bite. And you usually just die to bleeds. It's not even bite. This is crazy. I guess they're tuning around trying to take damage out of Magi. I don't know how I feel about that. It's like the 4th time they've tried to give Arcane more sustained damage instead of just being AFK till Magi the whole game. But Arcane kind of needs some burst to close out the game, otherwise they won't get people into execute range, and then their spec is just useless. Unless it's like enough sustain where it actually makes a deal, but... And then these are the PV changes, only a couple of them go into PvP, but... Actually all of these go into PV. Normally they have to say this does not affect PvP combat if it doesn't, but... Yeah, I don't really care that much about Secret Tech Dam. Also, Sub-Rogue damage is so bad that like it's kind of immune to buffs and immune to nerfs. Where it's just like 10% of 0 is still 0, 5% of 0 is still 0. Doesn't really matter that much. I'm more worried about the stamina change. This is a bigger deal right here. Granted, people are complaining that time to kill is like too fast right now. But that's just because there's a lot of like overtuned buggy one-shot specs like Warrior, Windwalker, Hunter, Frosty K. I don't know. With Ellie Shaman's falling off, and I haven't seen that many wizards at all. I think it's still gonna be Cleaves, like KFC, Hunter DK, PSG, maybe Windwalker Warrior, maybe Windwalker DK. Too early to tell, but that's what. If there was a tournament today and there was a gun to my head to predict, or someone gave me free money to gamble and said you have to spend this money on gambling, that's what I would bet on. But like I said, it's way too early to tell. Could be wrong. DH is good right now, yeah. A lot better than last season. I wouldn't put it at like Warrior Windwalker tier, but can't gouge the hex. Feels bad. Depth it though. I fainted this. Get another crit buff from killing the totem. Didn't get the step kick. Is this guy not playing pre-med? That's crazy. Put a pat down and knives on both. So I can farm dance charge back this century. Might sap Shaman because he keeps faking hex over and over again instead of pressing buttons on his keyboard. Take a Viscrit. Getting hexed off this on my blades, rest in peace. Well, blade's already over anyway. He has Enrager Gen coming back up. So he's not gonna die anytime soon. It's probably a Shaman go. Warrior has defensives while stunned right now. Somehow the thunderstorm didn't work. Got wall at least for later. Still really dance charge starved though. Farm CDs. Pick the meatball, I guess. Just step and run. Poke the hex. Take a Viscrit. Blind Warrior. Black powder through the intervene to finish my stacks. Enrager Gen air at 100% HP while I'm not dancing. You know, you could wait to press that while stunned, but you know. Might as well use his best defensive CD. Step away from the Blade Storm. Gonna lose my crit buff. Tuesday, yeah. When the season starts. Hopefully this breaks. Like if this crit, he dies, or not. Kill the totem, get another crit buff. Problem is I'm just stuck on no dances half the game. Farm the CDs. He doesn't really time them around stunts. I'm dead here. Swap straight. Agavage. Take a Viscrit. Trinket's aggro. Bomb. Maybe get a sap because of bomb. Get it. We get a resap. Do a fear. Don't think I have enough damage to kill him though. I have feint for this. Blind wear off me defensively. DR. Bull's just dead, I think. %. He might be dead. Double of this on 2%. He actually lives because second wind. Thank God. That was way too close. Of the damp spec, I mean, it's just warrior can't die on Fury. Enrager gen while stunned and then second wind. But sub has always been 60% damp to kill because it's just so terrible offensively. Unless you just don't press your buttons and die in the opener. Which happens like 90% of the time up until like top couple hundred and twos. Like generally if I'm doing viewer twos, most games up to like 22, 23 right now, they just die in the opener without trinketing or pressing anything. But yeah, I mean they enrage regen air stun, like don't time their stuns or CDs well at all. Get outplayed on multiple peels. And it's still close. Because they're just playing a better PV spec. Granted, somehow I was 20 million damage ahead of him, but shouldn't be. It's not even preseason enjoyers, you know, I just gotta work. I wish there was no preseason. I wish the season would just start instantly like it did in Dragonflight, I think. Or was it Shadowlands where they were doing the insta season starts? I think it was Dragonflight. But that shit was nice. I don't know why they got rid of it. I mean, I guess it's just because PvE and, you know, they want to have downtime for the raid and Mythic Plus and everything. I don't know. Weird they can't just do like a patch day on Friday, 3-day preseason type thing. Yeah, the nerf's like coming in next week, I think. But honestly, Secret Tech doesn't do that much anyway. I don't think it matters. I'm more worried about the stamina change. 5% more stamina for everyone is really stupid. Like the game should just inherently be faster paced. Like the perfect game length is like 2 to 5 minutes. I think healers that just want to play some like 8 to 11 minute mana game around drinking are just psychopaths. It's already pretty easy to make like actually high rated games go really long too. Because most classes just have defensives they can press while stunned. Generally, they always reset MMR, but it's never a hard reset unless it's a new expansion. Like if you're like rank 1 MMR, you're probably going to start at like 2K or 2200 MMR. I don't know where, but Not gonna be everyone goes to 1500 unless it's a new expansion. Tears list should just be disabled in arena. It's too much of an advantage for the PvE players. They get 4-piece in like week 1. Do people have tier already? I have no idea. Get the sap that I wanted. Feels bad. Top CDs. I evasioned it all. Priest on dam. Done that. Blind that. Take a Viscrit. Pepular to go get a sap. Or not. Figured it late, so it's fine. Wait till the MC goes off to stop it. That way he's on DR. Top paints up. Figured. Probably just dead here. No trinkets, I have blades. Just gotta move my character. Hopefully get a sap. Take a Viscrit. Boom. He gets turtle off. Actually, he doesn't have turtle. I mean, that's just personal preference on what you enjoy, but I think Windwalker will still be good after the nerf. I think Warrior will still be good after the nerf. I don't remember seeing a DK nerf or not. DK will be good. Hunter didn't even get a nerf. Hunter will obviously be insane. You want to play a wizard, probably Warlock or Mage. Morse is cut in half? Okay, I didn't see that. Yeah, that's a big deal. Yeah, I'm sure Warrior, Windwalker, Hunter, Warlock, all will be fine. I think Rogue in general is not that good of a shuffle class anymore. Or at least it wasn't last season, because there was always like 2 or 3 paladins and like 4 melee. I think Rogue is one of the most gambly shuffle specs. Like if you want a minimum 4-2 win every single lobby, last season it was just only Ellie and Hunter that could do that. Mages lost to Hunters, Warlocks and Shadow Priests lost to Warriors. Rogues lost to just melee Fiestas and Paladins. And that's why everyone in Shuffle has multiple ults of the same class, and they do what's called leapfrogging, and they just play their ult till it passes their main, and then play their main till it passes their ult. That way you can't tank. Because the bracket is literally just gambling. Because they don't force the game to be like melee range healer. Where there's like actual playable comps. Unless you just play something that works with everything. Like Ellie and Hunter did. There wasn't really a bad comp for them. You just ran around and you PvE'd and you did your shit. Like Rogue is only fun in Shuffle if you play like the highest ratings. Like if you were playing like 2-9 last season in Shuffle, then it was fun because you would get like actual wizards and there would be CC and stuff. That guy just got boomed. I think Asa probably will be the best. They just nerfed sub again, and for the new notes for Tuesday. There's only like 5% on Secret Tech, and then everyone gained 5% more stamina. And then Asa got a 4% buff for no reason, even though it was already better. Yeah, the thing is, if I was playing like a normal build though with like lingering, it would be like 1.5. And you're still like AFK the majority of the game. Like if they just trade cooldowns on blades when the air horn goes off, we're pretty screwed. More just what you enjoy. I feel like casters tend to have more comp variety, but... Do we play Bargain? No, Bargain's terrible. It's only like 18 seconds off of Blade CD. It was only good when you had the Vanish cooldown reduction. You just nerf your own damage on your burst. And nerf your own damage when you feint something. We got a trinket, so I'm not gonna blades this. Or on use. I'm just gonna save it for next go. Since he trinketed. Backflips my disarm. Just gonna blind him defensively. Might sap the meld, he gets back in combat. Gouge for free, go stun the healer. He backflips. Double backflips. Pop blades, get paints up. Can't press secret tech because I want my stacks to line up. I can secret tech now though. Personality ready. Where's aggro on CD again? Landed his disarm through it somehow. I think that was the last paints up. So sap that hopefully. Maybe sap trinket. Gonna babysit resaps. That's good. Just trinket back for the next blades. Gouge feel his I-beam meta. Disarm him just to peel, there's no backflip. Evasion the hunt. Bomb this just to get his trinket. Got priest trinket at least and blur. Can't blind to peel though, so he might just die. And I might have to just do a DR blind even though it's bad. I just want to make sure I peel this. Double backflips because he's playing it. Take a vis crit. Okay, I get stunned. Take a vis crit now. Right out the double backflips for an eternity. I think we're just dead. Good penance, JK. Couch GH to stall. Going without CC. I have a vanish, being a little greedy. I'm probably dead, but I didn't get it off. We're getting double feared, close to fear. I got nothing. Got a gouge hunt, didn't land. Let that sit as long as I can. Maybe get a re and sap healer. He dies to dots. I don't drop combat to get a sap. Hey, he's just 40 million damage up. Is there a period when sub was the shuffle class? Yeah. It was the default shuffle class as soon as shuffle came out. It was way better than the other two in Dragonflight, and then it switched around this expansion. Just cheesed everyone in Dragonflight. But now the game's like more PvE with all the CC nerfs. And that's kind of when Outlaw and Acid just took over. Like, it was one of the best things for like shuffle tourneys and stuff, and everyone was pre-complaining about sub and Dragonflight. But CC nerfs kind of changed the game a lot. Could maybe do some, yeah. Guy's playing Death Wish, that's crazy. Spamming evasion there, that didn't go off. Oh, he was like half a second from being off DR. It's close. Must have got trinket there. Getting double X up. He doesn't have it for 40 actually. Take the lightning. Very dance charge starved. He doesn't have Zerker Rage. How you doing, FICO? About the same or worse. Pretty similar, not that much change. We just lost duel and a bunch of other important stuff. And then we gained like 10% damage that they took out of our tier set. Well, I tried to bomb to get a reset. Getting feared off this. I dodged the fear. Sub's looking pretty strong. It's Smurfs and 2s, but it still struggles really hard in like Paladin melee Fiesta shuffle lobbies. And high-end games, it still has way too much counterplay compared to other specs that just do stuff all the game. Like, people just air horn, trade against blades, and you're fucked at, like, high-end. But yeah, against noobs that don't press their buttons, it can one-shot people, yeah. Look at this. Got double trinket. Probably dead here though. Gouge one, peel one. At least they pre-paint stuff when I didn't commit anything yet. Hopefully I sap this. Take a Viscrit. Bomb this. Secret tech on 30%. Get a resap. Nice. Yeah, floating name above you? What do you mean? Better Bliss plates does the healer icon. Shadow Strike, Rupture. See if they peel you, then if they don't peel you or peel or anything, then you could dance, spend some modifiers. Do an Abyss, do a Secret. Restun, do another Abyss. You want to line up Finality with Darkest Night. Like, get up a Rupture. Do an Abyss. Somehow I didn't have Blades, so I don't have Infinity combo points. Don't gap your stuns. First rank 1, back and mop. First glides were in Kata. Don't think I can ever kill a mage, so I gotta just go to healer. Painted this. Don't like this spear because we don't have stun DR for Pally, so it's always just gonna get dispelled. Shep 3 times. This is a hard counter though. I haven't really beaten any mage healers this patch. Whether I train them or go the healer. Whether it's Frost or Arcane. Actually, him bopping almost let us win. If we got the bop off, I might have been able to kill there. He could have just bubbled instead, but... We go for it. It's a fun spec, whether it's not great or not. Now we lost. I have not beaten a single mage healer this entire patch. Like 10 different mages, like 50 different times. If they have a brain, they just peel me if I try to kill their healer, and they're unkillable, even with the altar time nerf. The new barriers are just way too hard to kill. Wishing I could duel right here, but... Might get a sap because of the bomb. He chain lightning's my healer. It was a good lightning. Run from the whole Legion army. Try to kite the pets to get the re, but I get it. Nice. He Shadow Freeze air trying to get me out. Tried to kick that, but couldn't. Oh, I almost had the sap. Still gonna pop here, I think. That was not worth. Thought I would get the DFA on coil. Crazy ports aggro like that. Don't get the sap because I get coiled. Wall. I'm gonna drop combat, but I don't get a dance charge to sap it in time. And I'm just dying to air. At least they overlap Life Cocoon and Dark Pact for no reason. When I'm not even dancing anymore. DFA coil. Kick fear. Look at that, maybe still get the sap. Guy stays combat for no reason, so we just that. Yeah, just trinket on his Aura Mastery. Get that. Gonna run. I don't have damage anyway. 60% damp, the game's gonna start soon. I get axe tossed. I'm probably just dead. DFA coil like a third time this game. Go sap the healer. Go get a half sap. Build the kidney for healer. I just have to get there. Pick a Viscrit. Like Cocoon that doesn't do much in this much dampening. DFA port. Double with this. Pick that. YOLO bump. Gouge that. Still getting soloed. Painted this. 40% dam reduct with the talent. Get coiled off of it. Almost 70% damp. Climb that. Good shot trinket. DFA to get there. Guy doesn't want to die. That's fucking illegal, man. How is this close of a game? Guy gets kicked like a fucking soccer ball on CD. Top 0 goes. Gets DFA'd on like half of his coils in 7 minutes. And he's still on pace to win. DFA coil. Oh, I was pressing it, man. Only had 2 million cocoon because we're in such deep dampening. Walled aggro. Can't sap. Oh, I still get the sap. Thought he would get combat. 'Cause, I didn't have Vanish until like after the fear ended. But he's really slow. Done that, the most damage we can actually kill here. Revival XD. Guy's actually just a raid boss. Get Tyrant out. Try to run. 77% dampening. PFA coil out of this. Coiled my healer. What? Well, 79% dampening. $13 kicks. Doesn't even attempt to fake at all. The amount of effort difference there is insane. My gripe is that the Grimoire Axe Toss just goes through evasion, so you can't even outplay it. On the secondary Axe Toss. Which I don't even understand why they're allowed to have more than one. They should just have a singular one. They're trying to make the game less confusing and getting rid of charges of stuff. Get rid of double step. Get rid of, you know, double bop like they did. Like, I play the Subterfuge build or the T build. I switched around a lot. Painted this, should be fine. Paint and orc. I'm getting soloed by the healer. It wasn't even the rogue. That was like a 2 million chain lightning on me. Could have painted that. It's not blades though. I don't know if we needed a double PS there, but I don't have to respect blades. As he dies to non-blades. A really slow death. Subterfuge is probably more beginner friendly. If anything goes wrong with your opener, you're not stuck without the ability to use Shadow Strike to get your stacks going. I don't know. There's not even a PvE argument because like the honor gear is so terrible in PvE. There's like a sweet spot. That's the best spot to do donuts, but it's like really finicky on where you started at. That's like the only widespread area that I've seen. There's like a sweet spot and you need to like start it without like momentum. Usually that kind of works, but yeah, I got it. The infinite drift. Feel like Big Mech's with this 3-hour, 55-minute shuffle queue. Will I ever get to play a shuffle? Where do you get the car? You just gotta do the new zone, like the campaign. It's weird though, because the drift button is shift, or spacebar. And that's also the jump button. So sometimes you jump when you want to drift. You can switch the parts in the car and make the car less run into Wall-E. Like you can lower the max speed and then just like make it more like a real mount. Same way you put in the boost. Like you just switch one of the things to like casual mode and then it goes Whistler. Enhance. It's so much easier than when they used to play BM prop alley. I'm not dead the whole game for no reason behind a pillar. GG story. Dude, you distracted my car to make the fucking drift break. That is rude. That is some maximum hater shit by whoever that rogue was. Someone has the infinite drift going and you just sap it or distract. That is rude. Gonna honk at this guy. That'd be hilarious. You just run over some druid. Something's funny. I mean, if you could run over people with the car in the game, that would be, you know, amusing for world PvP, yeah, in a video game. Oh, 4 hour, 59 second queue. The rewards definitely suck, and I don't think they're gonna fix the MMR or rating issues. Red looks about the same, maybe a little better. Didn't get any nerfs. They're nerfing the things that are truly broken already before the season even starts. And they're buffing stamina for no reason. People are whining that time to kill is too fast right now. When it's really just the one-shots that are getting nerfed. It doesn't need to be stamina on top of nerfing the one-shots. Right now, if the nerfs weren't going in Tuesday, it's like Windwalker, Arms, Frost DK, Hunter, Warlock, Mage. It's getting a small nerf. Like the 3 million Mortal Strikes might be like 2.3 million. I think Arms will still be insane on Tuesday. I think they're nerfing slicing by 20%. But they're still going to benefit a lot from less paladins, paladins not having double bop for karma, rogues not being able to cloak karma, and then being able to immune CC with celestial. They're still benefiting a lot. Not sure. Too early to tell. If you want to play red, go for it. But who needs emerald, man? Got a 1.9 right there. That didn't hit me. I'm stuck in this for a bit. Runs over to drive-by cheap shot me for no reason. Do you see the sub rogue? Yeah, yeah. Gonna bomb after the time dial when he has a giant dot. Gonna make bursting him a lot easier. Cover rogue so he doesn't peel me on it. I need to silence before I can even go. Not even worth bombing anymore because dragon's just on top of him. Maybe next go when I have blades, hopefully, if I ever move. Can't cover the tremor because I'm just peeled. Water's just dead here. Let me play my character, man. Nice. Victory. I can get cloaks to disarm me. I hate that hack, still going him. I got both of his walls for later. Guy has no walls if we go in. I'm gonna get fucked. There's 2 stacks of noise, can't really get them off. He's just soloing rook still. Farming non-true shot. Terrible, but could have disarmed the AR instead too, but mobility. It'd be a lot easier to get these nullies off if I was just playing Night Elf. Dying through evasion, didn't do anything. Defensive smoke bomb. Maybe that saves him from the hunter. He solos the hunter in the bomb. Hell yeah. I think he would have died without swapping if I didn't bomb that. That's sketchy. Happy Friday, Knife. Lets me sit the lasso, let's see it. Just a death on that. The longest scatter ever. Eventually I'll move. Huge overlap on my end. Feels bad. Take a Vis crit. Thunder Rogue before he peels me. Peel him out. Defensively bomb. Nice X on Rogue. Shouldn't have wasted my gouge. Might just be dead here. We're close. An evasion in 1 second. That one has wall, but I don't know if he gets it off. And hopefully he solos the hunter. Swap the hunter. Try to blind penance, but it's like through LOS. Ah, I'm close to dead. I had disarm for rogue, but it was still on global. I think the only people that are crying about sub are like the anti-sub cabal people, like Supatis and stuff. Where you could literally not have cheap shot or gouge, and they would still say it's god mode for no reason. Even when Asa and Outlaw do double its damage. People just hate sub rogue because they just don't like having to play well defensively. Even though sub rogue has more counterplay. And they're more likely to beat a rogue in a tournament if sub rogue is the spec. Because dampeners are supposed to win. If there's perfect defense versus perfect offense. That's a really good meld. Yeah, red's definitely not S tier either. Like counters rogue, but he's just soloing the road. Oh, I tried to kick the ulti pen too. Farm rogue before I get stunned, even though I'm still on Twin DR for 5. Blind the ulti. Kidney the ulti. Big of his crit. Half sap the rogue doesn't fuck me. Painted this, should be okay. Gets ulti off now though. Rip the 6 up. Subrogue's A tier, it's like B tier. People are just really bad at the game. It's only good against like bad players. There's a reason Calvish was the only Subrogue who made it work last season. And there's a reason it doesn't work on Europe when Europe's a more competitive region. And there is a reason, even if there was a niche matchup for it, Calvish and Waz aren't playing it in a tournament, you know? Why, like, willingly have counterplay when you can just play a PV spec and do better? Abby just does BGs. And shuffle doesn't really count. I'm talking about like real threes. I would say A tier at the highest of high MMRs. Everything else, it's trash. It's like, let's say it goes to like 2.9 is top MMR again. 22 to 2800 is just 4 melee drooling on each other. And then 2900 is when the game becomes playable. Whether you count Palomar playing with Calvish or not, with it as still being with Calvish, making it work, still, you know, does not criminally showcase only 2 people in the entire world across both regions making it work. I think that's kind of the definition of an extinct spec. And no tournament showcasings. where it actually matters, because the difference in tournament games and ladder games are massive. Like the difference in like a top 4 tournament Andy and a literal multi rank 1 multi expansion rank 1 on ladder is like a bigger gap than rank 1 to rival. It's just an exponential jump. But there's a reason the spec isn't popular and why people avoid it like the plague. Or if you don't have a multi-rank 1 resume and you try to tell someone to play sub, they'll be like, nah, go ask them. Because no one really has faith in anyone to play it. Unless you just get someone that doesn't care, you know? And actually lets you have fun. But people are meta slaves, and there is a meta for a reason. And the numbers clearly show that Sub-Rogue is trash. Yeah, 99.9% of people that play Sub-Rogue probably aren't good enough to play it. And they could play better, obviously. But, that does not mean the spec is not dog shit. Because in any tournament environment, even if you are the 1, maybe 2 Sub-Rogues in the world that can make it work, you're still not playing it in a tournament. It's not strong enough for that. You're much better just playing Outlaw. The life swap in the 1v3, man. I don't apples. Pretty much the only reason to play Sub-Rogue is if you are smurfing or you are a masochist. Why willingly just play a spec that has counterplay? Or other people can just decide you don't have fun. When you can just nepotism fail upwards. Or you like Blitz. Yeah, it's okay in Blitz, but all 3 Rogue specs work in Blitz too.
Am I
$10
cut, or is this name scaled somehow?
I saw the screenshot earlier. The screenshot looks weird for me, because that's not how it looks when I'm playing. It looks like you just did a cropped screenshot of only like the top of the car. So yeah, I think something's wrong. Yeah, thank you so much, Ayo. Sorry, the chatbot got you for links, and then I tried to look at it earlier, but I was like confused, and then the queue popped. Okay, just play what you enjoy. For me, it's like not even a matter of principle. It's just I don't enjoy the other specs, and I play the game to have fun. I'm just so bored of the other specs being better, like 90% of the whole entire last 10 years. There's like 1 or 2 fun patches of Dragonflight, and then Shadowlands obviously was kind of fun. And then, it's been Outlaw or Asa the rest of the time. And I'm just bored of having to play it all the time. Like I enjoy Sub-Rogue. Sub-Rogue's what I've been playing most of my 20 years of WoW. And it just sucks when you can't really play the spec you want to play. For years at a time. Yeah, I'll check cord right now. Like the name scaling. I think that's just the camera angle. If I'm doing like more bird's eye view. It could be changed by better Blizz frames, maybe, but we got J-Mon gifted one over. Thank you so much, man. What's changed with what? Someone was showing me a screenshot of why my character name looks bigger than their character name. I don't think Better Blizz Frames lets you change the scale of just character names, right? It could just be the font I use too, being different. On like over your character, like just like these names. Not necessarily the nameplate name, but like the actual character name. Is it? I thought it was just you hide it or you don't hide it. It could also just be what UI scale you play on. I'm on 85% UI scale now. Tried to cloak fear, didn't get it. Gets the ulti off. Might just be dead. Gouge this guy for pre. Blind the healer. My Abyss crit. No sap, but I'll cheap shot off that. Get paints up. Take that. Getting double feared, no cloak for it. Try to dodge the fear. He has it in 3. Gonna gouge healer, he gets double fear probably. Dodge the fear. Line the CC. Farm dance charge on the pet. Big Abyss crit. You trinket turtles at 90% HP to non-blades. Love to see it. I'd zap that if I'm lucky. Nope, I get trapped. Getting a Abyss crit from killing the root with Shadow Strike. Arms me before I go. So we got AO gifted on top of the dono. Was that did that figure it out for you, or either way they gifted the dono and the subs? But even today, single-handedly, we're like a while into the day. Kick that heal. Do a gouge. Could just die here, no turtle. Absolutely huge though. Trying to get to the bottom of it though. But yeah, I think it's. Oh, it is in there. Okay, I didn't see that. That's it because the hype train starting like rounded out when it went down. So it's just in here. Name scale. Minimum character name size. Weird. I've never. I don't know when they added that. Friendly arena market. I think that's just better Blizz plates. The import for it's on my Discord. You mean like the healer icons and stuff? But I don't set raid markers or anything like that. I think maybe I changed it because of Plunderstorm. First time. So that you could see people farther away. When Plunderstorm first came out. And I forgot about it, I think. Lathros also with the 10. Thank you so much, man. Wait, did it like censor it somehow?
Been answering all my
Oh, there we
questions lately, thanks, bud.
I mean, that's what I'm here for. Thank you for the donos, man. That's Prez. He's playing like some weird like haste damage build without healing talents or something, but seems fine. I haven't fought that many Prezes, so it's hard to tell. I had one in a shuffle earlier, but get our rupture going. We gouge him and then bomb. Big secret deck. Big of this. Down he goes. Showing him how to do the one-shots. We got 0, also 7. Hell yeah. Putting us at 12 for the day. And 2 donos. Was a little worried when we were at 0 subs, 0 donos with good viewership for the first 5 hours. And it all kicked in at once. A good little pad to the end of the month. Helps a lot. Thank you so much. Rude. I had the infinite drift and he charged rooted it. And he's playing a tank spec. Instead of affliction, I think affliction's good. Saved by the Q. Oh, I still died. Then 0. Also following up. Hell yeah. Grab this guy, bomb this guy. Secret tech, re-symbols, or he dies before I even get the big abyss off. Boom. And then knife check. All of the 5s? Okay. Farming them all. Payday, why not? My payday's on the 14th. Once a month. So rounding off the last day of the month is a hell yeah. It's just the least amount of time I have to wait to actually get it. If it's all on the last day of the month. And then 0. All of the 5ers. We're at 27 for the day already. Holy fuck. Prot to be viable. Prot was viable last season. There was a couple Prot teams. And it was in shuffle a couple times too. Pretty rare. It wasn't like common or like bottom or anything, but. There was a couple like Prot Pally 2v2 comps too, where it's basically a healer. How you doing, Donovan? Thoughts on the changes announced tonight? They're a little weird. I don't know how Hunter dodged the nerf bat. I don't know why they're changing stamina. They just need to nerf the one-shots. Stamina changes always are horrible for balancing because it just affects different classes differently. So you can't just like swing the whole totem pole at once. Then you just overbuff Outlaw and Warlock for no reason every time you touch stamina. And a few other specs that get extra stamina for no reason. Just modifies their talents too much. %5 off secret doesn't matter that much though. At least they're not touching like Eviscerate or anything. If you're gonna play any Asa or Outlaw, Night Elf is mandatory. If you want to play just Sub Rogue versus Sub Rogue, Orc's not bad. But you can also play Night Elf on Sub too. Mostly just Rogue. But yeah, if you mean like Asa and Outlaw, yeah. I can do kind of team-wide comp review if it's like a Rogue comp and you're like a different class's POV, but... Paints up. Tried to evade kidney, didn't get it. Getting double feared here. Try to cloak it. Cloak the fear. Kingsbaned into my cloak. Faint the restun. Storm the guy. Kick penance. Gonna bomb this. JK get MC'd. Managed to get the sap here. Get that. Wanted to get a resap, but I got re-cheap shot. Kidney healer on the penance. Big of his crit. Blinds me defensively. Kick ulti pen. We overlap kicks. Feels bad. Try to gouge ulti pen if he goes for it again. Gouge normal penance, I guess. Farm rogue on that. Get him out of his meld. Get disarmed on air. Kick MC. Blind off the kick, even though I won't be able to sap it or anything. Int my dance. It was passively snared. Int my blades because he gets gripped. I should have just waited till it was a fresh full stun. Because that Darkest Night didn't have finality for it. I just got bored of them running all game. This guy doesn't get a restealth. Gouge this guy for free. Can need this guy. Get my sap. The breaks, the fire breath. We are behind 8 million on damage. Get MC'd for no reason. Didn't faint that. I think Arms is still going to be a lot better than last season. That was a good pre-gouge 0.1 on my dance. I don't even think he was going for it. Don't get my sap that I wanted. Us like stacking here on the box is really bad. So it's asked to get way too much AoE for free. That's the ulti pen. Kingsbane. A little scary for me here. Might be dead here. Nice sleep, doesn't death it. Might win off that. Kept rogue in combat. Get my sap. Yeah, we're like 20 million behind. I think they're nerfing sub and buffing Asa. Not really sure. Hard to get shuffle pops. And I haven't been playing Outlaw and Asa that much with the patch. I'm just bored of them all the time. Warrior's really, really good right now. It's getting nerfed, but on Tuesday. I think it'll still be one of the best melee. But 3 million Mortal Strike becomes like 2.3 million, it's fine. Like it was really, really overtuned, and I think it'll still be like S tier. Arms is really good this season. It got Omega buffed just like a couple days ago. I don't know, Destro has counterplay. MMO champion. The class tuning for the 4th when the season starts. 5% off secret tech, everyone gets 5% more stamina. Remorseless Winter got gutted. 20% off slicing winds. Mortal Strike got hit really hard, Demolish got hit a little bit. That's kind of the TLDR. Yeah, I mean, Asa is just has AoE change Vice the whole game on everyone. And Garrote is a whole nother DR of CC. And Veil going away benefits Asa and Rogue v Rogue. This guy's got it synced up with me. The perma drift. Oh, never mind. I'm like ahead of him now somehow. The healer Spec, sure. I'll link it when the queue pops, because otherwise I lose my drift. Loose anyway. I mean, you can play anything with a cheap mouse and keyboard. Will it be better in any game to have like a Hall effect keyboard and, you know, a lightweight mouse? Probably. And like a 240 plus hertz monitor with like low refresh rate? Obviously. But it's not completely pay to win in any game. It's just, it is a massive difference though. But it's not like unplayable. There's definitely prodigies and stuff that just are playing on some horrible laptop 16-inch screen or something, you know? With like a $8 Dell mouse. Like, it's out there in the world for sure, but Definitely will be cozier just having a good setup and more consistent. Good dirt, yeah. I mean, when I made the jump from like a 144 hertz monitor to like a 360 hertz OLED, my human benchmark score for like the green flashes green from red went down like 30 ms. Went from like 190 to like 150, 160. It was pretty night and day. So we got Archie, reset him for 12 months as well. Open. This out. Pick a parry. Try to gouge trinket. Longer because he still had a pressing roar. Druid in case I want to go home later. Take a Viscrit. Didn't bark skin until really late because he was kicked at the start of the go. Fade to stun. Banish to demolish. Pick Ancient of War because he didn't NS it. Stun into blind sap. I don't know, I didn't really process the Outlaw changes. Or do you mean like overall the new season with like Roll the Bones haste and Enduring Brawler and all that? I didn't see any new Outlaw changes. It was just the Acid buff and the sub nerf, right? I don't know. No one during Brawler seems kind of shitty. Probably wouldn't play if there wasn't Rogue. I get bored of ults really quickly. I only really enjoy sub-rogue. Every other spec just feels like I'm just playing defensive and reacting and PvEing. I like team play and setting up goes and pre-CC and cross-CC and like doing stuff. Oh, we got almost 4-minute queue for twos. What was our MMR last game? Oh, 2470. They're all scared of the nerf coming on Tuesday. They're repracticing on Holy. They're like, sorry, I tried to have fun for half a week. Try to close the fear. I could swap and turtle, triple overlap. Traps me. Find Hunter to live, I guess. Getting double feed. Stepping healer because I'm playing the cooldown reduction step thing if it's on teammates. Please get me. Not like this. Having a vis crit. Oh, my dance ended. Got you. I love being able to gouge for free though with Rupture up. It is really satisfying. It's a little harder to make use of it since they nerfed gouge already this expansion, with it being longer CD, 3 seconds, and yeah, 25-second cooldown. So if you don't have 2 steps, it's kind of hard to gouge, kill target, stun healer, and get back in time in 3 seconds, but unless they're like kind of stacked, but satisfying when you're able to do it. No, the teleport's not good. Really buggy. And people are in combat most of the game. Yeah, we've tried some Gorma builds, we've tried some Trickster builds, we've tried T, Subterfuge. Yeah, we've tried pretty much everything. I think it's pretty much the same builds as last season. Just play Trickster, or not Trickster. Play T or Subterfuge. I've been testing Shiv a little more just because Shiv's going to be really useful into Warrior. And I'm too lazy to change my talents every game. But you can Shiv off the new Berserker Roar. It's an enrage effect. Where the Berserker Rage now lowers the all CC by 50% for 10 seconds. Like blind, gouge, stuns, everything, and it's for their whole team. So like it's really good to just Shiv that off on the guy that you want to stun for the first go. I don't know, I think the God mode specs are still going to be good after the nerf. Like, I think Arms is still going to be broken. Hunter dodged the nerf somehow. I think Windwalker will still be good. Yeah, our Morseless is getting gutted on Tuesday. Okay, with being down a vanish, I don't want the rook to get the clean opener. What even killed me? It wasn't even eviscerate, it was just all the lightning. The monk almost outdamaged the rogue. I brain lagged half a second on that I like stunned the rogue mid meld or vanish, and I was like retargeting him, and then I just got soloed by the healer. Yeah, that was a 3.5 million lightning. Let's cry about the 1.3 million of this instead. I think it's just minus 20% off of slicing wind. But at the end of the day, there's going to be less bops for karma, your karma's not going to get cloaked, and you're immune to CC on Celestial. So, Monk will be insane still. You know, a 3.8 million slice might just be like 3 million. Oh no, you know, like a 3 million slice might be like 2 something million, like 2.3. But yeah. I think Windwalker is going to be good. I think Warrior Monk will be really good. What's 50 do? Oh, this is reaction? Not even the big change. Wait till it gets worse. I mean, it's like really obvious when certain specs are overtuned, and you're just seeing them every game. I had a triple warrior shuffle lobby that Spexon was in. People are shamelessly quick to reroll. I think Arms is still going to be the best melee after these changes. What happens when you just YOLO Blizzard 100% double a spec for no reason? When you just go literally from like B to A tier to like the best, and then you only get nerfed like 30%. Like you still got like a net 40% buff or whatever the number was. Like Mortal Strike is still going to be over 2 million. Demolish is still gonna like 40-0 people. Like I think Arms is still gonna just be insane. Meanwhile, people whine about like 1.5 to 2 mil of Visas. Yeah, I think it's gonna be a cleave meta still. I think Ret Warrior will be good. I think KFC will be good because Hunter dodge nerf somehow. I think Windwalker Warrior might be really good. I think DH Warrior might be good too. Warrior Lock might be good. That's a lot, probably. I mean, Hunter is insane right now. I don't know how it dodged the bat. The fact that they nerfed Sub and not Hunter is funny. Five-minute 2's cute. Do you have a lower dragon, Dirt, if I get you in soon? Are you still here, Dirt? I gotta get these Q's down a little bit. Six-minute, 20-second 2's Q. It's a pretty big Frosty K nerf, but maybe Unholy will be fine. And you'll still see like some TSG with Unholy or some like Hunter Death Knight. Maybe Windwalker DK as Unholy. Maybe still Windwalker DK as Frost and you just play a different build. Or like DK Dragon as Frost. Can you opt out of the new Remorseless or no? And like have the old school one? I think Mistweaver will be fine. Mistweaver, Disc, and Shaman are like the strongest healers right now, I think. Don't remember seeing anything about Rest of the Druid. I want to step your priest so bad, but I also want to just only step my healer with the talent. Vanish Subtlety so it doesn't go off. Oh, it's on my dragon. Fear trap for no reason. Didn't wait for the stun for the sleep. We would have a stun sleep sap right here, no trinkets. We waited a little bit, but gouge since I didn't get a sap. Oh, I already gouged on her for free, I forgot. Could still try to bomb the guy next stun DR, but get peeled. Guy just loves lining. I get a re. 3 point of this for finality's sake. Hunter goes for a restealth. Okay, dude, this guy is the 2's lord if I've ever seen one. Guess I just try to pump the healer, even though it's terrible to do this. Actually, hard sitting stealth. Got swap. Bull rush is in for the fear. Okay. Bomb to try to get the sap. The penance is into the bomb. So I get out of this. I can do a big abyss crit. My dance ends in 2. I don't get it. Might be dead here. Personality ready. Banish some of the pre-stam. Get scrap. Go get my sap. Man stays combat. Get knocked immediately as I step kick that. Might actually lose this one. If I'm really dance chart starved, then I just don't have the mobility to ever move my character. Dancing to farm my or bladesing to farm my dance back, even though it's terrible to do. Sorry, my chatbot got you for link scenario. I don't know when you were trying to link. Probably better Blizz frames. Yeah, I already saw the list. Crazy that Hunter dodge nerfs. Did they say they might still be adding? I really don't like their changing stamina. That always ends up indirectly buffing Warlock and Outlaw. They should never touch stamina ever, but... Painted that. We're fine. Break the life cocoon. Love me some Shadow Blade Stam. Fainted every stun this game. The feint expired halfway through it though. Gaps the restun now. Why am I still dying? Gouge this guy so I can bomb him. Got a trinket. Into that. Love me some feint off global. My dragon almost out damaged the rogue. I like the CC changes with Gouge and stuff. And less Paladins might be a little nice, but I think Paladin's still too viable for my liking. For how much they ruined the game for the last 5 months straight, they deserve to be a Holy Priest here. Even though I'm generally against take turn balancing, but anything that just stops Shuffle from just being 2 or 3 Paladins and 4 melee. The only play still seems viable. It's just not Monk Disc Shaman level, I don't think. They do. They intentionally do horrible balancing. There's no level of incompetence that could match how bad Blizzard is if it wasn't intentional. A broken clock is right twice a day, not, 0 times a day. They just make more money on WoW tokens and shit like that, making everyone reroll constantly. And they think that's like an engagement metric or whatever or something, I don't know. Even in PvE, there's like MDI, there's generally maybe 1, maybe 2 PvE comps for dungeons. There's always class stacking in every single raid. Like, it's really not that hard to have all the specs be numerically close. Instead of, oh, this spec is triple everyone else, everyone's rerolling this spec this patch. And then everyone rerolling constantly just means they have to spend more time leveling or do another gold boost to get leveled or buy more enchants and buy more crafted gear. Definitely by design. Because there's never been a single expansion of WoW ever that's been balanced. Even within like a 20% margin. It's always just a, oh, the spec does double everyone's damage every single season. Bad on my end. Even Mop was horribly balanced. Obviously, there was the first half of Mop, where you had Warrior being God mode, Hunter being God mode. Then you had the middle half of Mop, where Feral was God mode, and it was like FMP. Then you had the late half of Mop, where it was just Warlocks only. You had LSD1, LSD2, LSD3, Windwalker lock, Hunter lock. LSD3 is just FLS. Yeah, there's never been an expansion that was balanced. Like, beginning of Mop Warrior, probably the most imbalanced thing that's ever been in the game. Beginning of Mop Warrior is actually worse than beginning of Wrath Death Knight. You have a warrior that actually out-heals healers when he's low HP. So you need to use full burst cooldowns to 30-0 him, with him already being at 30%. He has 3 different stunts that are all on different DRs. Charge stunts multiple seconds long, doesn't DR. Shockwave, different DR. Stormbolt, different DR. You get faked on your kick, it still silences them with gag order. Your heroic throw also re-silences them with gag order again. And then you also have an AoE 45-second kick called Disrupting Shout that goes through Aura Mastery. And then you also have War Banner and, well, Skull Banner, like, going between all of your stuff with Intervene. But yeah, the most interrupts, the most silences, the most stuns, the most mobility, the most sustained damage, the most burst damage. If you got the 5-stack Taste for Blood thing, like, there's that old clip of Wreckful where he literally 100 to zeros the guy with one button from 100% with a shield because he has 5 stacks of Taste for Blood RNG. Like, getting perma Death and Decay feared and rezzing your teammate as a ghoul and stuff is actually still somehow worse than beginning of Mop Warrior. But luckily, when Mop Classic comes out, it's not a progression server, so you don't play every season as its own thing. You just play End of Mop for all 5 seasons. So you're basically playing Season 15 and Season 12, Season 15 and Season 13, Season 15 and, you know, and so forth. You're playing the same season every single time, so you skip all that. You skip the Feral Apocalypse, you skip the Stampede Bug one-shot by Hunters every single game, and you skip God Mode Warrior. And you just go straight into Warlocks Rule the World for all 5 seasons of Mop or whatever. 4 seasons of Mop. But yeah. I mean, Gouge is a lot more important now for, like, pre-CC and stuff. And just actually making sure you CC on DR. But losing duel is pretty huge. I don't really feel the 10%. And the 10% is coming out of the tier set anyway. Because they gutted the tier set to give you the 10%. And then the new changes are also nerfing the tier set a second time. With no compensation the second time around, so. Definitely probably won't play 4-piece since they've nerfed it twice already. But 2-piece seems good because, like, the chest is verse mastery. And then shoulder is mastery crit, so it's probably chest shoulder. Leveling is really quick right now. Like absurdly quick. It was quicker during like the whole anniversary event stuff, but yeah, if you have a boost from buying an expansion, go for it. Yeah, just spam dungeons, and then campaign is like 70 to 76 or so. And you can go back to dungeons, or you could just do a dungeon for like each level or whatever. That way you don't have to do the campaign at max level. But the campaign, like I said, doesn't even get you 70 to 80. I imagine it will, just because, I mean, 5% on secret tech doesn't do much, but the stamina change will be really bad for the game. And then they nerfed the tier set a second time. Yeah, at least there's like no borrowed power or anything now, so it's a lot easier to like play. My bad, dude. Yeah, just do dungeons and side quests. Yeah, leveling like 70 to 80 is like 6 hours, I think, or something. It's really low. And then getting honor gear will take only a couple hours too. Elaborate on the stamina change. So like the set bonus you get for wearing 2 PvP trinkets is going up by 5% for everyone. And that affects some specs more than others. Because certain specs like Warlock or Outlaw just have talents that give them extra stamina. And those kind of things like scale really heavily with like any stamina changes. So it's like really bad. It's a horrible tuning knob to use because it just affects different classes differently. And it always indirectly buffs Outlaw and Warlock and a few other specs every time. Like I swear it's just a Warlock Cabal way to get them buffed every expansion for no reason. And they just decide to do stupid blanket stamina changes almost every other expansion. Or just hiding all the stamina scaling into whatever borrowed power was in previous expansions. Or you would just get crazy stamina built into your artifact, or... Like, it's the worst way to affect time to kill. Like, they could just do their job and nerf the burst of what they think is too much. Like they were doing with Mortal Strike, Demolish, Splice. And how they missed Hunter is beyond me. But like, you know, like, they could just nerf those things to affect time to kill. Then you're actually bringing the classes closer together. But then stamina is just like, oh, let's just blow the whole game down and make Warlocks and Outlaw even better. Horrible. It doesn't even solve the burst problem. Five-minute 2 skew. Yeah, no problem for typing. Yeah, like less than like 6 to 8 hours or whatever if you just do the campaign and dungeon spam. And then you only need about 11,000 honor for full honor gear. And that's only a couple hours too. But even less than 11,000 if you just go straight into like getting the world PvP epics and the crafted gear and all that. Yeah, I think you just automatically get led to the campaign. Now the crafted gear stuff's a little different. If you wanted best in slot stats, you had to do like Mythic Plus for like certain first mastery rings and stuff for Shadowlands. I mean, the true ADHD killer is to just do the perma drift, where you're just drifting endlessly. Trinket peel when I didn't even dance. Holy, I thought he was actually gonna live that. I was pre-celebrating that he was dead, and then he lived, and then he re-died before I could even process that he didn't not die. Double negative. First time I've seen a Shadow Strike actually 1-0 someone. Happened. We knocked him out of the barrier as my bomb ended. And then I just hit him with a 2 mil of this. So I had Darkest Night, Symbolic, Finality of this. Double it does that to leather, and only if you're playing like the easier of this, which normally you just play this. Because this helps your hero talents and rupture and secret tech way more. If you want to have sustained damage, then you're kind of capped at like 1.5 million of this. If you want sustained damage. And even then, that's like on leather. On mail plate or cloth, you do way less. Really only like rogues, windwalkers, and DHs and druids that just explode. Dude, this is the ADHD right here. The perma drift. You line it up right. While you honk. I'm using details. Or you mean for the damage numbers? It's called classic numbers. How's up, Cash? If I was fake, I'd be playing vanilla WoW. Someone else? No, you're good. Fire Screecher? True. I should just mute the game sound. Twos and shuffle. We've won most of our twos games, so we're like 2-5, twos and more right now. Been getting some 5-6 minute two skews. I gotta lower the MMR eventually. Pretty much, yeah. Once you get high MMR, the game's like unplayable. Once you get to the Magnus Dino bracket, there's very little variety in queues. Just fight the same team. Yeah, at least at the soft MMR reset. Be a couple days before it gets too high to pop. That's just the variety of what I'm fighting, because that's just what's queuing. Like if I get a shuffle, not really that many rooks. Free paints up, air. I didn't go yet. I didn't get a sap there, you say combat. Oh, I put my big abyss into a vase. Double feared here probably. He might be dead here. Rogue does a DR blind on me. Looking this crippling poison to move my character. My sap, JK stuck in combat with a random pet. Got swap. He died to Fan of Knives because it procced my hero talent. Or my embellishment. Something hit him for 700k and it was not Fan of Knives. My weapon enchant procced from I honestly explained something. I've had a couple times where fear breaks to just like a shuriken toss for 20k. The shuriken toss does like no damage. Like I was like, how did this break CC? Like, but I think it's just when the weapon enchant procs. Because normally this isn't enough to break something. I take DFA a lot, yeah. Or tricks. Or spam step your teammates. Yeah, I take DFA a lot for mobility and like a muting CC. And it's good with Deathstalker because it counts as 2 finishers. Yeah, Thieves Bargain is garbage. You nerf your own damage to use it. And then you nerf your own damage if you faint also. Which faint is a lot more important now that the honor talent's insane and that it's also off global. And that it also just has good synergy with the other hero talent defensive. And the fact that it gives evasion damage reduction too. That's what I mean with the hero talent. Because you have the damage reduction here at the same time as you have damage reduction here. Yeah, just nerfing your damage because you fainted or pressed blades is really dumb, and then Bargain's just not worth anything anymore. You don't have the vanish cooldown reduction. Like the main thing was that it lowered your vanish cooldown significantly. So you would just get like twice as many vanishes off in a multi-minute game, and you would just get way more cooldown reduction. But now with blades also being baseline 90 after they got rid of cooldown reduction, you basically bargain only lowers blades by like 18 seconds. And a lot of times you're not even playing double vanish. So there's just kind of no point to play bargain ever. Not worth the damage penalty to have 18 seconds off of a cooldown. I love when they honk as you're killing them. I couldn't step cheap shot him on top of him. Now, arms is still going to be the best melee. When you buff something by like 70+% and then nerf it by 30, it's still like a net 40 buff. Mortal Strike is still going to be over 2 million. Demolish is still going to like 40-0 people. Unholy DK good? It's okay. I think Arms is still going to be insane. Windwalker is still going to be insane. Yeah, Shuffle Q. High MMR shuffles just don't really pop. Trying to get some more war games going. Yeah, Windwalker, I've seen like 3.8 million slicing wins. And then Hunter is also really overtuned. I'm surprised Hunter escaped nerfs. So seems, what do you mean? Are you talking about sub? They already pre-nerfed the sub tier set twice when they gave us the 10%. I don't think the tier set's going to be good. You only wear 2-piece with probably chest shoulders. It's mastery verse and mastery crit. Oh, SP? SP just gets countered by warrior. Might have some more games with Sam and C doing them in like 20 minutes if they make, but I don't know how many more hours I'm playing today because I started actually early today. Unreal support today with the donos and subs. Today's been good. Gouge. Bomb. Symbols. JK. Somehow I got my stun and get disarmed. And I just get MC'd. Feels bad. I was gonna step out of LOS of that. Rest in peace, my dance. Book fear. JK doesn't go off. Pain's up still though. Trying to get my sap. Today's combat. Actually, I do get it. Need to finish my stacks on healer. Finish them. Got the disarm. Kick that. Blind off the kick in a second. Look at this crit. Got trinket. I got DFA instead of faint to just chase this guy because he just runs more than anyone I've seen him do. Guy thinks he's playing the sub rogue and I'm the Aster rogue with how much this guy runs. Arm this. Get ulti. I'll just trigger this. I get stopped on the fear, but try to cloak the fear. He didn't even have it though. I'm bad. He gets the ulti off. Nice. He sleeps it. Nice. Secret tech breaks that, but at least it stopped the sleep with the ulti. I mean. Might be dead here. Blinds me defensively on CD. Penance. Yeah, I'll drop that in a second. Get swap. You ready to just go healer? Evasion disarm. It hits me through evasion even though he's not behind me. That's crazy. Gonna get feared here. Try to cloak the fear. Oh, I didn't have cloak for 40. Bad. Bird pre-cloaks air. A little scary because I don't have faint here. It's King's Bane. I don't have cloak for it. Guy's just back to running all game, every game. Gouge for free. Blades, everything. This spam because I don't want to break sleep. So I can't press secret. Like 30 million damage behind because Asa is a much better spec. Fast build cheese? I don't think so. I mean, Kingsbane builds are a little different, but Playing Fatebound and not Deathstalker, so. Yeah, Destro might be scary, but at the end of the day, like kind of like Marksman, Destro has counterplay. You can shut it down pretty hard. Not like a unavoidable slicing winds or mortal strike for half your HP bar. Bring back the memes of just line, you know? When you get double chaos bolted, maybe even triple chaos bolted in one coil. They have infinity haste. At least with Hunter, it's like the air horn goes off, they get stunned, gouged, disarmed, and then it goes over. Because every Hunter's bad and doesn't really set up their go with like putting 4 different instant CCs into crossing 2 different people and going with CC. Shouldn't have boosted. I lost the drift. Yeah, the Affliction tier set's nuts. You gank the same guy. Rip nerd lock. Come on the Beldom and summon. Blind him on the summon. I don't know why he's switching to an imp in a 1v1 against a rogue. Gotta know something I don't. Like if he wants to switch to like a non-Fell Hunter, why wouldn't he just do Succubus? But I can't kick Seduce and him. And then eventually he can peel for himself, but Deleted. Eight minutes and 2's Q, by the way. Wonder if I can kill a healer without dampening before then. Second paint's up already? One boom. Two booms. Three booms. Minute 2's Q. We have surpassed Magnus Dino numbers. How you doing, Andy? That was worth the queue time. That was worth the 10-minute queue. For them to just not press the buttons in the opener. Yep. I mean, I was only doing 300k DPS. I pressed blades, and I did 4 eviscerates and a secret tech. And he didn't press any buttons. And he decided not to Stormbolt Fear disarm me either. Because there was a 300 rating difference because it was a 10-minute queue. Yeah, you generally just... I'm okay with them free blade storming, because... I just soft open to get all the maintenance globals out of the way. That way I don't have to like stun and then Shadow Strike and then Rupture. You can fit way more in the stun lock if you like pre-Rupture, pre-Shadow Strike, all that. And if they peel you, you didn't dance yet, so it's fine. There's nothing else to do. Dude. Season starts on Tuesday. We set a 10-minute 2's queue to win in the opener. People just don't like pressing their buttons. Where that car's clipping into the wall here. I'm surprised it's not crashing. Look at the back. Whoop. Straight through the wall. Nothing you could have done, I guess. And Secret Tech did so much because it AoE'd both of them. They have like no Versa. Definitely hard to drive when you're zoomed in more than Zaryu. Just the borderline FPS gaming right now. Oh, that's a healer. It's gonna take forever to gank. Oh, here we go. Not even, man. Gotta have something to do while I wait. Probably switch the other rogue after this queue and see if it'll get faster queues. I just wanted this shuffle to pop. I mean, the game is my job. What else am I gonna do for, you know? I'm only 7 hours into my shift right now. Yeah, it's a shuffle queue. But the twos queues are like 8 to 10 minutes at this point, too. It is what it is. I'm just trying to do viewer twos in peace, you know? There's no Magnus Dino to farm me right now. The twos is kind of playable. I have every class leveled, yeah. Oh, we finally got a multi-hour shuffle queue. I just tried to CS me. Got Kearney, I got Taliban. Hopefully we don't die without blocking here. What am I dead to, man? That's crazy. I disarmed into that, feels bad. Painted this though, should be okay. Not okay. It's a nice little 2.9 or a 5 million flanking strike. Nice. Should be okay here. Good thing Hunter didn't get nerfed, you know? Whatever, fake fade. Why am I still dead, man? That was a good death. Rocked him, blocked him. I was gonna gouge that, but I got binding. Nice fear. You pay the DB. He's soloing the hunter. Was not there. Hunter's just soloing my warrior. Get him the link. Crimson Pile in it. Run over, do a gouge into kidney. Like a game off the hunter. I thought the hunter was gonna go 6-0 to be honest. After he just literally 5-milled me. I think you're just tripping. Got the good shit going. Fine, probably not worth it, but. That fear in the room might get me killed. The pre-disarm on my dance because the game's so laggy, you know, pressing dance cheap shot for like 2 globals. Solo win mage. Didn't get the feint up for that because it was on CD. Not able to get a half sap. I'm just dance charge starved. There's no link or anything for me, so I need to just run. Maybe make him break that, hopefully. Nah, I'm still just dead. He doesn't have link or anything for me, so. Oh, you can move in it? I just didn't even notice them. I'm blind. Blade storms out of my cheap shot. Love to see that bug still going strong. for decades. Tried to disarm this, but I'm just in micro piss forever. Beige cloak so I don't get one shot. Swap. One warrior. Gouge Hunter trinket off me. JK disarm. Oops him anyway. Need to get back in this earlier. Good that he moved it for me. Jamming vanish, but armed, so I can't half sap that, and gets the half sheep into the quarter hex. It's just the window for it has gotten laggier and laggier over the years. Like I've seen warriors cheap like blitz them out like a whole global into cheap. It used to be like a 1/10 of a second, not even. Which is really generous to do now. Take that bad. I think for that should be okay. Trying to get there, but I'm just dead. Shouldn't have listened to the ping. Granted, could have like disarmed a warrior instead of pressing triple DR cheap shot. I just thought he would 5 million him. Alright, warriors on my team. I can go DFA and actually move my character. Nerf sub. And dead before I even get my blind go off. That's fun. That was worth like the 2-hour queue or whatever. That was fun. Not sure if it turns into honor. I think it just turns into like silver. If you have a lot of conquest points, you just get like 1,000 gold or something really low. After those twos pop, I'll go on the Night Elf Rogue. See if that one gets quicker Qs. Or I might just call it soon. We've been live for close to 8 hours. Or 1 or 2 more games and an ad break. I don't think I have some Sam Sea war games like I thought I did. Tried to turn that, but I think he dies without pressing. Oh, we got another shuffle pop. Alright, we end on a shuffle then, I guess. They already nerfed sub a bit. Stamina change is going to be a big nerf, and then they took 5% off secret next week. And they already nerfed the tier set a second time. Which the 10% buff was because they nerfed the tier set the first time. But I think it'll be a little worse than it is right now. But I don't think it's like God mode or anything right now. I've seen some druids. Yeah, GG's bacon. I'm down another time. I'm probably gonna call it after the shuffle. Nerfs next week. The secret tech and all that, and the stamina changes. When the season actually starts, when those changes go in. Yeah, duel's already gone, if that's what you mean. No paint. Couldn't step cheap shot this guy somehow, point blank. Guy's dead here. Okay. Didn't get the warrior cross long enough, so he's got to intervene up. Try to step my healer, but shield. Thank God I almost died that global. Good, the advance to the paint. I needed mobility to chase the mage. Somewhere. Today's combat, so I don't get a sap. Love to see it. Look at this crit. DH might just get tab soloed. And this, when I'm not playing OP Feint. Look at this crit. Killed out CC. Okay, got a big shield. That ice wall is kind of grief. Step away from the meteor. Get before we get feared. Vanish in 10. I have blades, no warrior trinket. Step away from the blade storm. DH has blur, he's just not pressing. He gets stunned before blurring, he's probably dead. He had life cocoon, but the wall got him killed. Stealth works for me. Weird. You might just be bug stuck in combat from something randomly or something. Or that. We're just dead here. Try to stop the fear. Into that should be okay. He just dies. Guys, it's just a 6-0 for the mage. We love me some overpowered barrier, you know, when the only damaging ability fire mage has is the defensive CD. And hoping that you tunnel them. Pretty healthy design. Nothing they could do, I guess. Have kill them both. Nice, I took a game off the mage. Probably not. I don't really want to do any PvE stabbed. kill either of them really soon. You just die here. Unfortunate. I'm gonna take a break though. Yeah, I don't like PV gear, so too much for me to go for it. But been playing for about 8 hours now after running some ads. I'm gonna run some ads, and then we'll catch you guys tomorrow.